As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah, we are.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies,
For the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
when you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full-stack UI/UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step.
Hello and welcome. Second day of the TestJS Summit. And I hope you still remember us, our, well, yours dearly, hopefully, hosts. Myself included, I'm Stefania Ioana Chiorian, mostly known only as Ioana. I don't go for the long one, just create troubles. I'm with 11 years of experience, and these days I am in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. Yes, Transylvania, you know the story. How are you, Valmir?
Hey, Ioana, I'm very good, thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope you are excited to get started with the second day. I am Valmir. I'm a software engineer that loves testing. I'm also a clean coder, blogger, YouTuber, Cypress.io ambassador, as you can see. I'm a writer, online instructor on Udemy, a mentor, a consultant, a speaker, and an active member of the testing automation and JavaScript communities. And personally, I'm a fan of music, tattoos, vegan food, and also skateboarding. I love JavaScript. And if you want to know more about me, you can visit my website, valmir.dev.
Awesome. Hello again, everyone. My name is Richard Bradshaw. I am currently the CEO at Ministry of Testing. If you don't know what Ministry of Testing is, we're one of the biggest global communities of people interested in software testing and quality. So if you've not checked that out, have a look. I've been in testing for a little over 14 years. I run lots of workshops. I co-created the automation and testing namespace and course with a chap called Mark Winteringham. I've got YouTube channels, lots of stuff testing basically. So yeah, and I'm known as the friendly tester. So if you want to have a chat and be nice and friendly, I'm happy to do that as long as it's not about JavaScript, because as we discovered yesterday, I'm not a big fan of JavaScript. I'm slightly more than yesterday, but got more convincing to do today. So let's see what happens.
I hope you can get more convinced today. And I want to welcome again our 4,159 attendees. Happy Friday to all of you from wherever time of the day you are. And as we can see here, we have people from all around the world, so welcome you all.
Yeah, so my quest to find someone from New Zealand watching, waking up with us is still on. If you're watching from that part of the world, give us a ping on Twitter. And to be more interactive, we do have also your input taken into Slido, which is slide.do. And using the code 1819, you can see the questions that both us as organizer and the speakers prepare for you. Let us know your opinions on all the questions over there. And of course, we prepared the first one. We were debating earlier here that we saw last night an event, especially because some didn't sleep that much, it seems. And the event last night was a total eclipse of moon. And we found out it was the full beaver moon called. And the next one is just in 580 years. Not that long, right? Are we starting the counting with it? What do you think? So go to slide.do and oh, definitely. And let us know if you saw it. And I'll be sharing on Twitter what I captured, and nobody believes me, it was a full moon. All of my friends says it was just the light on the street. I'll let you decide on my input there. And I'm not kidding there.
Awesome. So conferences very rarely happen without the awesome work that a lot of program committee people do. So these are the awesome people behind this conference. So Alex, yourself, Iona, Mikola, Christina, and Eugenia. So huge thanks for them for doing all they've done. They've gone through the call for papers, they've picked the talks, and they've generally just been around to make sure you lot have a fantastic conference full of insight and learning. So a round of applause for them. Thank you.
And nevertheless, a very big thank you to our sponsors. Without their help, definitely would be very hard to organize a conference like this. And we want to give a shout out to Sneak, TopTal, Stackhawks, Sonar Source, Mabel, Lambda Test, Tundra, Microsoft, Neural Allegiant, Stream, Big Eared Bird Eats Bug. I almost did them correctly. I think I deserve still a point there, right? Sorry if I mistaken the names.
You did it great. And now it's time for some social media fun as well. So I want you to take a photo of how, where, and what device you are joining the conference with. And then you can tweet it with the hashtag TestJS Summit, and we'll be looking to your tweets and we'll retweet them. And we'll also have a raffle of 2 multi-passes to Git Nation conference and Git Nation swag. So we have some interesting swag, and you can go on and tweet now. And at the end of the conference, we'll put the best tweets to our Wheel of Fortune, and the 2 winners receive a swag pack with a limited edition t-shirt, and of course, lots of stickers. After the conference, the Git Nation team will contact the lucky winners to talk details for sending the swag. So go and tweet using TestJS Summit, and it's all with us.
Git Nation is organizing more than one event. As Valmir said already, the Git Nation Multipass will give you access to some of these amazing conferences that you see right now on your screen. And we talk about, let's say, JS Nation or DevOps.js, lots of cool talks for the next season, or even like late 2021 and the next year, 2022. So go and check at portal.gitnation.org/multipass what these will include and what are the other amazing conferences that Git Nation is organizing.
So many events, it's fantastic. But if you want to know more about this event, what time things are, when the schedule is, you can find everything you need to know at testjssummit.com. There is a timeline where all the links are, and you can obviously watch the conference there as well. But all the information you could possibly want to know is on that webpage.
Exactly, and we have great talks today. So you might be wondering what the heck to expect today. So let's go over it. Here's a screenshot of what the navigation of the website looks like. The main screen is the video player that plays the live feed. On the bottom, we've got a timeline of events that happen in the conference. We start each session with the speaker's introduction and a poll question they've submitted for you all. Then we move on to the talk, and we finish up with a live Q&A with the speaker. And if you are part of the full access tier, you have access to a speaker's room and discussion room, which we'll explain shortly. And if you are lost at any point, you can go to Discord at the top and ask questions at the troubleshooting channel. We are here to help, so don't be shy.
And I know it's a bit hard to do all this virtually, and it's not maybe as engaging as we were in a meeting in person, but we did plan a lot of activities and fun ones. If you want to talk with people during the conferences and the talks, you can go and watch them together in the special chat, have a room there and debate the talks. Maybe Richard can go there and debate why it's not okay in our script. Don't tell him. And also we use this platform for watch parties, speakers room, and discussions room later on.
I really wanted to have this discussion with Richard. And so there are discussion and speakers room for all of you, and you can join with your camera on or not. You see a list of rooms on the right that you can join. And once you are in a room, you can move your avatar closer to some other avatar, and it gets louder, and you can talk to each other just like in real life. So walk around, talk to people, try to find Richard there so that we can convince him to get to the JavaScript side.
I'm getting all the blame for this. It's JavaScript's fault. I've tried to be friends with JavaScript. It just doesn't like me. So the 2 discussion rooms that we'll be having today, one of them is on test ops. Again, if you can put any word in front of ops, we might as well do it. But this one's about test ops. So if you're interested to know what that's about and what that means, then head over to that one. And then based on the talks yesterday, what's a unit test? What's an integration test? Once we've defined them, let's get them to fight and see what they're about. So unit testing and integration testing are the topics over there as well. And you can get the links from the website underneath the timeline. And yes, this is new to me. So this is my first experience with Discord. But if you want to chat with other attendees as well as be able to ask questions, we are doing that over on the Git Nation Discord server. Over there, you'll find a channel talk-Q&A. And on that, you can ask your questions during the talks, as well as once the talk is done, you can keep asking questions as well. And the awesome volunteers will send them through to us to ask for the speakers. And you can also just generally have lots of chit chat going on over in the community channel. So yeah, check out Discord.
And we do want everyone to feel safe in all our platforms that we use, in all of the spaces that we use at TestJS Summit. And for that, we have a code of conduct in place. Go to gitnation.org/COC. You have it on the screen and check it out. Please make sure you go through it and see everything there. And if at any moment you feel that something is not right, write us coc@gitnation.org, and from our side, we'll be taking an action on that. Do not take this lightly, go and check it out, and I hope you have a safe space today too.
Exactly, and we have job offers as well, so you can check the jobs from our amazing sponsors at testjssummit.com/jobs. And while you were there, you can also go and check the special offers also from our sponsors at testjssummit.com/perks.
And as a conference organizer myself, I can't stress how important this is. If you have any feedback about the event at all, it could be the speakers, it could be the stream, it could be the design, it could be the comms, it could be literally anything. Please do send it into the team, because we want to keep making these events better, so that you get what you want out of it and you have an enjoyable time. So suggestions, feedback, comments, please do send them into the team, because it is really valuable information.
Indeed. I think it's time to see the results of the first poll, and I think it's going to change now. Oh, they are there. So let's see how people saw the moon. Was there even an eclipse, Joanna? I think that was the real answer. I was like, what is she talking about? Don't worry, I'll just tweet the links in a bit, because again, I told you, those were my friends too. They were like, nah, not gonna believe. And when I sent the links, they were like, oh, you came here prepared. I was like, of course. As a tester, I am always backing up with data, my assumption.
You have the evidence, right?
Nice.
Exactly. I forgot that I have that background. Okay, let's see a cute video about our sponsors and get ready for the next talk. Well, the first for today even.
Your web app, website are just more than a site. They're a crucial phase of your business in generating revenue. So it's very important to ensure that your web app gives seamless user experience across all platforms. On-premise infrastructure setup would mean that you would have to buy and set up multiple computers and latest mobile devices for testing. Or you can use Lambda test.
And we're ready for our first talk today. And it is by David Burns. I will call it a real friend of mine, a Mozilla at soul. I used to work with David while at Contractor and Mozilla, and he was doing amazing work there too as a test engineer. And I'm very lucky to introduce him today. He is the chair of the V3C Browser Testing and Tools Working Group and co-editor of the WebDriver app specification, trying to ensure automation frameworks in browser are interoperable. You might remember that yesterday I mentioned that I am keen on accessibility and web compatibility. So I do appreciate his work so much. His talk on Selenium 4, what's new and how you can use it, will cover new features of the Selenium tool. Will show us how you can access the site, protect it by basic authentication, identify the DOM mutation, and get the JS errors or console messages and what they happen, what they show, what they mean, and maybe use the new print and Windows APIs to help us with the testing and more. Before we see the talk, he did prepare a question. I mentioned Slido, it's our tool that we use to interact with you. And his question there was, do you want to test your websites on real mobile browsers? Tell us, what do you think? Let's see. Okay, till then, till you answer, let's start the talk and enjoy it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my talk for today. I'm going to be talking about Selenium 4, which was only released a couple of weeks ago. But before we get into that, I would like to kind of just tell you who I am. My name is David. I head up the open source team at BrowserStack. I'm a Selenium core contributor. I'm a co-editor on the WebDriver specification within the W3C, and I am the chair of the browser testing and tools working group. So whenever things want to be standardized, they tend to come through my working group, where we try our best to make sure that all the browsers are going to support you, the end user. And here is our agenda for today. So I'm going to be talking about what is Selenium 4, some of the new features that have gone into it, like relative locators and new window APIs. There's the new ability to print pages. And then I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking through the new event-driven code, which allows you to kind of, instead of having to poll for how your test should work with Selenium, you can now get events emitted to you and carry on with your tests. These are really cool new features. And at the end, I'll just finish off on some of the really new, great new features within Selenium Grid. So Selenium 4 has been an amazing amount of work that has gone into it. Think of it kind of like building a city. It took 5 years for us to get this out, and over 4,400 commits from numerous contributors around the world. We've rewritten large parts of the code base. We've deprecated large parts of the code base. And so whenever you start using it, it's going to be a big change. But the main change that you won't notice really is that you'll be able to just drop it in and things should just work. This is one of the key reasons that we've spent so much time focusing on the little bits to make that easier. So when you change, there'll be a number of deprecation warnings that you'll have to work through, but none of them should be scary at all. It's all about kind of making sure that we're ready for whenever we go to Selenium 4.1 and beyond. So with that, I'm going to start talking about some of the really cool new features. One of the ones that I'm really excited about is relative locators. The idea here is that if you know where one element is on the page, you can start looking for other elements on the page quite simply. So in this case, if you wanted to start in the center of the board here, where it says an open process, Selenium's an open source project, so we want to do everything we can in the open. And now we want to find anything to the top left, to the top right, that might have open in it. So the new ability would allow us to find an element, starting with open process, and then find anything to the top right that might have, say, a link text that says open, or partial link text. And we start looking through the DOM to find what we can. We do this by using technology that was first developed with Sahi and another project that ThoughtWorks managed, and it kind of just tries to do relative locating. It does this by looking at the bounding box, so the little squares that each element on the page creates, and sees how far away it is. It also does a little bit of looking within the DOM to see if it's close to you within the DOM itself, just try speed up some of the returns. And then when you get back a list of elements, they normally start from closest to furthest away, in case you have multiple. This is a really, really cool feature, but I would be very careful in using it, in that if your page reflows, or kind of, especially if you're going from desktop to mobile and you've got a smaller area to test on, things might not be in the same relative location. They might move down, they might move around. So just be aware. But it's a really cool feature when you do start using it. The next set of APIs that I want to talk about is the new Windows APIs. For years, people have wanted Selenium to kind of create new tabs. They wanted to be able to communicate from one tab to another, or the window to another. And Selenium's not really allowed that because we were never fully in control of the browser enough to be able to do this. Working with browser vendors, we found a way that we can do this. And we learned a lot along the way. Window is one of those weird terms in a browser that kind of means so many different things. And this is one of the key problems that we had with the Selenium project when trying to support these. So for years, if you ever did something and it should have opened a new tab, you would have noticed that we tried to force it to open a new window. Now you'll be able to create new tabs, new windows, and then be able to move around between them using the existing switch to window APIs. So this can be really, really cool. We have the ability to create a specific window. So that would be a window with its own tab. Or if you wanted to just be in a tab, you could just go open a new tab. This is available only in Selenium 4, but it'll work with anything, any of the drivers that have it moving forward, which is definitely Chrome and Firefox. And if Safari, I know, will be having it soon if it doesn't have it yet. The next feature that we noticed a lot of people really wanting was the ability to print pages. Printing can be super hard to test against, and so people were trying weird and novel ways to print it. They would use Selenium with like a robot framework, or kind of invoke new and wonderful ways to print it. But now with the new page printing APIs, you can create PDFs. These will be returned from a driver using base64 encoding, so that you can save those to disk, or if you want, just kind of re-encode it into a PDF document and then use it all in memory. We noticed a lot of people wanted this feature just for basic automation, not necessarily for their testing, but for basic automation. Browser vendors wanted this feature because they actually wanted it to test their new print features, and to also test CSS, because they wanted to make sure that if something looks the same, they're already doing their kind of image comparison testing, but this way it was another way to kind of make sure that CSS works the same between different browsers. So this is a really cool feature. I hope you use it, and if you hit any bugs, do let us know. But the main set of features that I wanted to talk through today are around the event-driven code. People have liked some of these features within Cypress or Playwright or Puppeteer. Unfortunately, kind of constantly upgrading between Playwright and Puppeteer, or kind of being bound by JavaScript sandboxes if you were using CSS, and not being able to fully test your applications have meant kind of people weren't sure how to go ahead and test these things. So learning from what users want, because at the end of last year, the Selenium project did its first ever survey, and we listened to what people wanted, and we've hopefully implemented some of the really cool features that they wanted. We've added the ability to get around basic authentication, digesting, so that whenever you have a website that's got basic authentication, we'll handle the URL and allow you through. In the past, if people wanted to wait for a certain element to have a mutation on the DOM, they would have to poll the driver and say, has this changed? Has this changed? And now with the new APIs, you can set up a mutation listener. And so when it mutates, it can send a message back to your tests and you can carry on straight away, which is a really cool feature. And hopefully it will kind of make your tests a little bit less flaky. The third one, and this is one that a lot of people have been asking for as long as I've worked on the Selenium project, which is over a decade, is listening out for JavaScript errors. So if you're moving around a page and suddenly there's a JavaScript error, sometimes these are missed by Selenium tests, and sometimes they're even missed by kind of your unit tests in JavaScript. The new APIs within Selenium 4 allow you to kind of listen for these JavaScript errors, and then you could fail your tests instantly. Similarly with console logs, if you want to listen to and see what was happening in a page, so if you said you wanted a test to wait for a certain console message, you could emit that and then carry on. And finally, one of the new features that we added is network interception. The ability to, whenever you're kind of making a transition to a page, listen out for certain network calls, and then you could stub them out or mock them out, and then use those responses in a meaningful way to allow you to kind of just change it how you want. So no longer do you have to only do happy path testing. You could do negative paths and kind of areas where like you don't send back valid JSON. How does your front end handle that? You'll be able to do a lot of those new features. Or if you just wanted to switch off your analytics, you'd be able to turn that off with your network interception moving forward. So I'm going to go through some example codes. They're only in the slides and because I don't have a lot of time to talk today. I can't show you them. But hopefully you'll get a sense of how simple kind of adding these features are to your code. So here's basic authentication. So the main change for kind of Selenium users is that we have to create a CDP connection. A CDP connection is using the Chrome debug protocol underneath to be able to speak to the drivers. And in this case, so we create our connection. Whenever we want to do basic authentication, we would register that we are likely to get something like this. So this tells us internally and to kind of speak to the browser that if you hit authentication, these are the things that we want. So in this case, the first argument is admin, and that is your username. In this case, the password is also admin, not the best security, but anyway. And we've got to use that connection, which is a WebSocket connection into the browser. We do what we want, and then, hey presto, we get through. So it's not really a lot of change. And we need to do it in this way so that we can kind of make sure we set up the right connections along the way. For DOM mutations, it's not that different. In this case, we're going to create our connection just as before. And then whenever we get a log mutation event, it will be put into kind of into our listener. And then we carry on our tests. So in this case, I wanted to make sure that whenever after I clicked a button, that the display was no longer none, that it actually had a proper value. And then so in our test, we're just going to find the element, click it, find the revealed element in this case, and then make sure that we wait for it to be in the right state, and then we can do all our assertions. So again, we've tried to make this API as simple as possible. For JavaScript exceptions, we try to give you back as much of the information as possible. So in this case, we're going to create a onLog exception listener. And every time it fires, we're going to be able to do whatever we want. In this case, I've created an assert to kind of make sure that I know what the error is going to be, but it could be for anything. So if it ever got in there, you could just make a failure and then print out all the events. You'll be given a JSON object. It comes back as a JSON object, but then we would change it into kind of a normal object that you can work with, and you can kind of be able to get the exception details. You can see the whole stack trace if you wanted, or if you just wanted specific frames, you could have a look at that and then check what it is. And so just adding your listener is the only thing you need to do. Otherwise, your test would just be as normal. And that's what we see at the last 3 lines of code. The next one is what I think a lot of people have been really excited about, which is network interceptions. Again, we create our connection, and every time we have an intercept message come back, and so this one you need to be aware of. If you have a page that's doing a lot of network calls, the driver and the code is going to be doing a lot of speaking to each other. And so this might slow down your tests, but if it gives you what you need for certain tests, it's probably worth it. You would just create your HTTP response of, in this case, it'll be what URL you're looking for that needs to be changed. You can add headers, you can change the body, you can even do redirects if you wanted, or if you wanted to insert images or anything, you can do that. And then whenever it happens, you'd be able to change it. So this one I think is really cool. I've seen a lot of cool things that people have been doing, and I've been playing with it quite a lot. Oh, sorry. And then finally, the Selenium grid, which I think a lot of people use to help scale out their tests, has been re-architected for the future. There's no longer weird, wonderful HTTP calls going across to different nodes. It's been built with the future in mind. It's using modern technologies like event buses and things like that. It's also had observability built into it. So if you've been using Jaeger or things like that to be able to see how your code is, you'll be able to, using the documentation on the Selenium project, be able to kind of integrate that with your tests. So you can see when a test did a certain thing, how that responded internally in your system, and you'll be able to track it all the way through. So if you ever get those weird and wonderful errors in the back end, hopefully the new tools from Selenium will be able to solve that with you. There's improved scalability with the new Docker images that have been created and Helm scripts, so that if you wanted to scale out really quickly, you can. And these are maintained by the Selenium project. Now, sometimes this is going to be a lot of work, but hopefully we've made it a lot easier to kind of get started so that you can scale out to what you need. These should just work on kind of all your cloud providers like Azure or AWS, or do whatever you need to. We'll be improving this as we move forward. So if you do hit any issues, please do raise any bugs. And then there's a lot of little things that we've done in the background of kind of just making sure the code is better. There's also a lot of ways that it kind of just helps users. So if you ever get stuck, the best way to do it is just get the Selenium server to print out help messages along the way, and you'll be able to hopefully get started. And with that, I think I've come to the end of my talk. I'm looking forward to your questions, so send them in.
Oh, wow, that was really interesting. Phew. I am really glad to tell you we do have David today with us. And till he joins us, I will switch to the polls to see, hey, David, how are you? We do enjoy your talk very, very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
What do you think about the results?
I'm pleasantly surprised. It was what I was hoping for. And because I know a lot of people, when they think mobile, they don't they kind of think like shrinking a browser to the right size might be good enough, and that's why I put the word real in there as a real mobile device. And so hopefully people notice that nuance, but I'm pleasantly surprised, and it's going to help me with some of the work that I want to be doing over the next 3 to 4 months. So this is awesome.
That's really nice, and I'm really happy that we could help in a way. And definitely, I would add more input there that we really need to test that. I do agree with you that it's not fun when everyone considers a browser just the window that opens so easily and not the real browser that we have around. And yes, sneak peek, I'm a big fan of the mobile browsers. I cannot lie. We do have already a few questions. I do want to remind you all that you can add your question on Discord, and I'm going to take them as soon as I see them. And let's start with one. Liaz was wondering from the talk, it says, so we can use a test flow and test multiple tabs open. Meaning, if I need to test something that opens in a new window and then proceed to test the new tab, it will work? Not window, yes. Tab, after I corrected.
Yeah. So it should work. And one tab, so historically, like Selenium, if you wanted to move between tabs, it was always forced into a brand new window, because if you've worked on browsers, Joanna, you know this, the idea of a window is overloaded so much, because a tab is a window of tabs is window, and so you get all these common misconceptions. And so a lot of that's been fixed so it hopefully fits people's mental model around windows and moving between windows and creating new windows so that they can do it much easier. And so you can create those new workflows much better.
Oh, that's useful. And you mentioned everything that being a window. I remember when we started doing automation back long time ago, when we didn't have proper tools, we would create a full page with a button to be sure that our browser would touch a button. We was loading just a button. Oh my God, there was some creative automation days. Yeah. Okay, exactly. Going to Mark's question, and it's about the print pages. Is it rather a screenshot, or does it respect media print?
So it should be respecting media print, and if it's not, that would be a bug. And so the main reason why it was created was because browser vendors wanted to have better interoperability between what a print looks like between different browsers. And so in that way, all your styling and everything, so the media print should be exactly the same. And if it's not, then there's interop issues, and that's why we they needed to fix that. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, we'll let Mark let us know in the Discord again. And he had a second question. How does it handle endless scrollers, or is just the currently visible part?
So it's the currently visible part. So if you were on, say, Twitter and you press print, you would only see what is kind of being downloaded and rendered. It's not going to be continuously rolling. So this is why it's also not using the screenshots, because in some browsers, we try to do full page screenshots, and the way we do that is by scrolling the screen and stitching it all together, and it's not pretty, especially on endless scrolling pages like Twitter. And so it should just what you see is what you get in the page.
Yeah, the endless pages are really interesting to test about how when you get to an end.
Yeah, I'm not sure about interesting, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like interesting in the not funny. Okay, the next one, event-driven code. Can you also listen to events from JavaScript and continue? For example, events from component frameworks, thinking of external JS here.
Yes, so that is kind of one of the main areas that we were trying to focus on, is trying to improve how you can do component testing. Because Selenium has always been designed as that like underlying framework, and you can build on top of it how you need to. And what we want to do is try out in slightly better event-driven code for different areas. So that's why we've got like log mutation. So not log mutation, DOM mutation. So if something mutates in the DOM, you can be notified about it, which is good for some of the testing, and also helps you with like waiting. If you wanted to wait for like a certain change to happen in the DOM, you could wait for it. And if you wanted console messages or JavaScript exceptions, because you have all these different things that can hang together. So if you can get it into the browser and get the browser like just start emitting all these messages, hopefully we'll start collecting them. We appreciate that we haven't gone for all the different use cases. So if you have brand new, like if we're missing use cases, feel free to raise bugs or kind of message me, and we can see what we can do, because we're trying to incorporate all these ideas to improve it for everyone, so that you can have a better quality web, right? Like that's our end goal, is just a better quality web.
Indeed, and you do a lot of work about this, and you're present on social media, I know for a fact. So don't hesitate to contact David and let him know what you find there, and definitely will probably help them too. Okay, Refactor Eric, I think I identify the name, or it's just maybe a full sentence there. Those examples, like basic authentication with the create this CDP connection call, do they work with any other browser than Chrome or Chromium?
So at the moment it's Chromium browsers. The Mozilla team are trying to add new features as we go through. I don't think like basic authentication works there yet, because it relies on a CDP domain called fetch. So I don't want it to be confused with fetch in the DOM. These are slightly different ideas. Again, conflating the same name everywhere is what browsers do well. And so they haven't fully implemented that. But I know that the Mozilla team are working quite extensively in improving this. And I know that moving forward, the Safari and WebKit, like Safari, and then people like Igalia who kind of contribute to WebKit, are looking at how they can improve WebKit for some of these. So we're like, where possible, we're going for true browsers rather than kind of like browsers that we've manipulated along the way, like some other frameworks do.
Indeed, it just broke my heart a bit there, but okay. If you say they are working on it, I'll take that. I'll take that as a hope.
Oh, yeah, so it's my old team are doing it, and they're doing a fantastic job.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's even more emotional. Is the Selenium for mobile testing only used with cloud services like Source Lab and the browser stack?
Sorry, could you repeat that question again?
It was like, is the Selenium for mobile testing only used with cloud services like Source Labs or browser stack?
Okay, so I can't talk for Source Labs. Obviously, I don't know where they are in their release cycle. But Selenium 4 should be available in Browser Stack, and you can use it there. However, if having worked through the Selenium 4 release, Mozilla were very, very keen to kind of improve the how you interact with Firefox on Android. So that should be handled. You could do that locally if you had a real device, or if you had an emulator. You just kind of tell Gecko Driver roughly where to go, and it should do it. I appreciate we need to improve the documentation around here, and this is partly where my question was coming from, is that like the initial parts are there, but we are going to be improving it along the way. Cloud services do make life easier because you can get multiple different devices, but you don't necessarily need them.
Okay. I was looking at the next question. It's from IEUSA. I'm not sure if we are tested there with the ID or not. But the question is, can a website automated over in desktop would directly work in mobile browser? I think that if
sometimes,
yeah,
it's sometimes. One of the key things is that like the way desktop engines and mobile engines work, like even I come from Mozilla, and so like Gecko on mobile devices and Gecko on desktop devices is kind of two different beasts. A lot of the code is very similar, but when it gets compiled, things get removed and things like that. And so there can be differences. There can also be differences in the JavaScript engine. And then you've got also kind of like when like if the browser kind of goes to sleep, if you just close the page for a second to like move to another app and then come back, like you get all these different things that can happen inside a mobile space that are, the behaviors are very different. And I don't think enough people appreciate it because but it's a hard problem. But like, Joanna, like mobile is very, very different. And then kind of like mobile companies, or not mobile companies, browser websites, they'll give you different websites depending on your mobile device. And so like that's the other part, is that you could go, oh yes, I'm spoofing this, but you might not spoof it properly, and then you get a very weird thing. So kind of this is where I kind of like real devices or real testing for things.
Oh, indeed. And as you mentioned the mobile browser thing, like I think both developers, especially those with web, not mobile native, end users, is always in between this. Do I expect the web desktop one, all the thing that happens there in the same way on mobile, or I just embrace the change that it's something new and I should expect a new behavior, a new action, a new word for us? Because at the beginning was everything like desktop, and we expected everything on desktop. We treated everything, oh, this doesn't work. And after I was like, do we even need this on mobile? Because it's not going to use, we have different behaviors, different actions. And you just have to embrace the mobile, it's different indeed.
Yeah.
Good. So thanks so much for being with us tonight. I do invite everyone to join your room on spatial.chat. For sure, you're going to get there so many other questions. And don't hesitate indeed to enter there or follow David with his social media. He does an amazing job there to teach us more about open source and the tools he uses. Okay,
and don't forget
to I was just wanted to close it with, but take it over, Valmir. No worries.
Yeah, sorry. So don't forget to rate David's talk on Slido with the code 1819. And now let's give a shout out to our Platinum sponsors: TopTal connects cloud engineers, full stack engineers, DevOps experts, and in-demand software developers with a top global companies, allowing them to design their schedule, get paid on time, upskill, and work from anywhere in the world. So if you want to work remotely and choose your projects while enjoying the stability of a full-time job, click in the banner right under the timeline and player and check the TopTal's offers. And now with the next speaker, Shivai Lamba. Shivai is a software developer specializing in DevOps, machine learning, and full stack development. And his talk will be predictive testing in JavaScript with machine learning. I'm so looking forward to that talk. This talk will cover how we can apply machine learning software testing, including in JavaScript, to help reduce the number of tests that need to be run. That sounds super interesting. But before we get to the talk, Shivai posed a question, and the question is, how do you manage software testing in your company? Do you have dedicated QA testers, software testers? Do the development team, the developers take care of testing? Do you have any AI-based tool that do testing for you, or you don't have any kind of testing? So we will take a look at the book results at the start of the Q&A session following the talk. And don't forget to ask questions for sure on Discord in the talk Q&A channel. And please give Shivai a big round of virtual applause at the talk Q&A. And Shivai, the stage is all yours.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to TestJS Summit 2021. And I'm Shivai, who's going to be presenting a topic on predictive testing in JavaScript with machine learning. So a very quick introduction about myself. I'm Shivai, and I'm currently a TensorFlow.js working group member. I'm a Google Source Code mentor at TensorFlow. And by far, this is actually my third Git Nation conference talk this year. Previously, I've also given talk at Node.js conference and also React Advanced this year. So really excited to be presenting yet another talk at Git Nation, specifically at TestJS Summit. So without wasting any further time, let's get started. Now, first of all, machine learning is really everywhere today, right? There is no doubt in that particular fact. You can see machine learning being used in healthcare, education, but also when it comes to things within software development itself. Machine learning today is being used to do a lot of different things. For example, we have seen how GitHub Copilot is being used today to auto-generate or auto-suggest you code. It is also being used in ML ops, in different forms of operations in DevOps to improve the DevOps cycles. And that sort of makes it really important to also use it in other areas where we traditionally might not think that it might be able to be used. So that's what makes machine learning really powerful today. And that's why not just think about introducing machine learning to software testing. Software testing has traditionally been all about being able to write test cases, being able to sort of understand fundamentally within the entire software engineering life cycle that how can we actually make our softwares more and more productive and make them error-free. So what that means is that ideally what happens, or if you have a software tester or a QA analyst, they'll be going through the entire code and writing unit test cases. And of course, we have the entire pipeline of how the testing actually starts off, where first we write some code, then we prepare the unit tests, we have integration tests, and based on this, once if the test cases are passed and our code passes through all these different test cases from both the unit and the integration test, then we finally put our code into production. We also use things such as regression testing to be able to see how is new code actually impacting the code that has been written prior to, or let's say some of the older code bases, and how this code is actually getting affected. So all of these different processes involve basically either you can use manual testing, or we also have a lot of different automation testing tools as well, for example, like Selenium. And these traditionally haven't really used machine learning. It has been more to do with actually writing these test cases if you're doing manual testing, or even if you're using automation testing tools such as Selenium to be able to configure them so that they're able to go through your application. And generally, the software testing has not really seen a lot of use of AI, but this talk specifically will talk about how we can introduce and what are the benefits of actually adding machine learning or AI to software testing. So right off the bat, some of the great scenarios where AI could be actually used in testing. So the first one is the automated test cases generation. So a lot of time what happens is that we spend a lot of time in actually creating test cases. Now that could be behavior-driven programming or behavior-driven development, where we are actually creating the test cases before writing the code itself. Or let's say we have written a particular function and we write a unit test case for it. So how can we actually use AI to generate test cases on the fly by just evaluating the code, by going through the code, where an AI model just understands whatever code has been written, whatever code changes have been made to the code, and then automatically generate test cases without any manual intervention. Then essentially, being able to find out that which particular tests to actually run that are more important, that will essentially save time and the sort of the entire process of the software testing time, where we are only running the most important test cases. I'll also be coming into more deeper discussion specifically on the second point, and then how we can actually use machine learning to not only test front-end based UI testing specifically on, let's say, JavaScript, but also how can we use machine learning to actually test out back-end APIs. That's also one of the fields where today a lot of AI-based software testing tools are being worked on. And then how can we achieve 100% code coverage with the help of AI? Because code coverage is a really important topic to be used whenever we are evaluating any kind of a code base, whenever, let's say, we are creating a new build or we are testing out new deployments, new changes that have been made. If you're able to achieve even 90 or 95% code coverage, that itself is considered to be a really great point. But how can we achieve to close to 100% code coverage with the help of AI? And that is also something that AI can actually help with because of the fact that we are able to evaluate the code with the help of AI, and we are able to generate automated tests. We are able to run the most important tests that are really important for that particular code change. And that will actually help to just understand all the different nuances of the code that are there, including the code changes and how the new changes have actually impacted your older code. All of that can be considered while trying to do code coverage with the help of AI. And then even within the automation testing framework, how can we actually use AI, let's say, with respect to Selenium, so that whenever you're doing any kind of an automated testing, AI can actually help improve it by looking specifically at the issues that might arise. And we are using we are using basically automation testing to look specifically for those particular issues and try to be able to resolve them. So those are some of the scenarios today where AI is actually being used in software testing. So we do have a lot of different softwares that actually do use AI to do automated test generation, use machine learning to use better regression testing, use machine learning for better predictions with automation testing. And those solutions are actually going to be gradually going to be replacing even Selenium-based automation testing as well. And of course, the idea is now to be able to achieve code coverage that is 100% code coverage with the help of AI. And some of the benefits that actually AI will provide to software testing, first of all, it just helps us to save time. So whether it's actually being able to generate automated test cases, that itself is going to be saving a lot of time for the QAs who had to initially or earlier write the test cases. It just helps to expand the test or the testing scope. Now it's not just limited to be able to actually test just the incoming changes. Regression testing or changes that have been made to the code and how those have impacted the previous changes is also taken care with the help of relevant AI-based algorithms. And it just makes it a lot more user-friendly to use these auto-generated or auto-suggested test cases that have been provided by AI. And that actually just makes the overall process of the testing really simple and just widens the scope of being able to actually look out for such kind of test cases that humans or software testers might actually forget about. So it gives prevalence to those particular type of test cases as well. Now, let's actually have a closer look at how does traditional testing actually look like. So if we talk about regression testing, now regression testing will generally use whatever information that will be extracted from a build that we're creating. So whenever a build is created, we'll have certain metadata with it, and we'll be able to extract information from it to just understand, okay, like which particular test to run on some kind of a code change that actually has taken place. And by analyzing all those different kinds of information that has been provided or has been extracted from the build metadata, one can actually determine, okay, like which particular test to be actually run on the changed code or whatever changed code has taken place, what all particular tests have to be run. And let's say one of the drawbacks of this particular testing suite would be that, let's say if you had to make a change to one of the low-level libraries, it would actually just become inefficient to just rerun all tests together. So for example, even for smaller change, you might be required to rerun all of your test cases again and again. So that is where, and of course, this diagram sort of showcases the same, that you have your source files and you have your tests, and let's say if there are certain small changes happening, then based on those changes in particular library or in a particular network call or a particular function call that you're making, you'll be required to rerun those test cases again and again. And that's where basically we can use machine learning to do predictive testing. That essentially being able to find out what is the probability that, if you're trying out a particular test, right, how will it actually be able to find a regression within any kind of a code change that we're making? So how can we essentially make informed decisions to just rule out the tests that are not going to be helpful? So essentially being able to select those particular tests that really will matter for that particular code change. Because of course, not all test cases will behave or will be able to uncover issues within a particular code change. So be able to intelligently select those particular code changes that will result in actually making your testing process better and will actually make your testing process faster, because you're not just using all the different test cases to a particular code change. So essentially how can we achieve this is that we could use a large dataset of that dataset will basically contain tests on a lot of different historical code changes, and then by applying machine learning algorithms we'll be able to determine that which particular which particular tests are more well suited for particular type of code changes. And that will allow us to, in the future, before the testing process actually takes place, or before once we have actually received the code changes, we'll be able to, before the testing process starts, we'll be able to select only those particular test cases that are more relevant for those particular types of code changes. And this sort of diagram showcases how we actually aim to get that. So during the training process, we have all of our historic code changes. So this can be considered as the database for being able to get these historic code changes, and then we are using our testing. And then basically we'll see that whether for every test it was a build, it was a failure or it was a pass, and then we'll be able to actually use it within our test selection model. And once we actually get started with the prediction, so whenever we have any kind of a new code changes, we'll basically use our test selection model to basically see which particular test might be actually useful for that particular specific code change, and that will enable us to save time. And to just specifically talk more about the training process, so we are going to be taking a model that basically just learns and the features that are derived, right? So when we're doing the feature engineering, it's essentially getting all of those from the previous code changes and tests that have run historically. And whenever we are applying this particular system to any kind of a new change, essentially the learned model will be able to be applied to that particular code change, and the model will be able to predict what's the likelihood of detecting a regression. And based on this particular estimate, we'll be able to select those particular tests that are more likely to cover that particular code change. So that's how we can save the amount of time that it might actually take to generate the code. So this can be directly used with any kind of a JavaScript-based testing framework as well, including things such as Jest, we have Jasmine, right? And of course, all the other different Mocha, right? So all of the different other testing frameworks can actually just use during the DevOps cycle when we are actually using, because this is not just actually limited to the front end of the backend coding, but essentially it comes under the umbrella of the test ops. So during the time when you're actually building or creating a build of your application, or creating basically, let's say, builds, and you're testing out the application to be deployed into production, that's essentially where you could use the predictive testing as well. And then, of course, even for JavaScript, of course, we can use this kind of a machine learning model-based system where we are, selecting the most appropriate tests. But even within JavaScript, we can have much better integration with the different testing frameworks that I just shared. And of course, we also have a lot of different GitHub actions, for example, by Polycode, that actually help for automated generation of unit test cases. And also, it is giving suggestions for unit test cases based on the code that it is able to evaluate. And there are readily available VS Code extensions for JavaScript, for TypeScript, where you can just use these directly from Polycode, and you'll be able to get suggestions and also actually just generate unit tests altogether. And we can also use automation testing improvements within Selenium that can also be used for JavaScript testing. And that's also one of the other ways in which you could actually introduce machine learning directly for JavaScript, like specifically for JavaScript-based testing. But frameworks such as Jest, Jasmine can easily benefit from not only the regression testing improvements, but also the unit test case generation, for example, that is supported by Polycode, to be actually used with these testing frameworks as well. With that in mind, that sort of brings an end to my talk. Of course, a lot of this is still under, more to do with the ML ops and with test ops. And we really just want to see how we can actually use these different kinds of solutions, specifically with a lot of the JavaScript-based testing frameworks. We're already seeing some of its use case right now available for use by a lot of different companies who are using AI-based tools to especially generate things such as automated tests, being able to do better code coverage, being able to intelligently find out which particular test to actually run to save time and make the regression process or the regression testing process better. And it's just a matter of time that when we're able to actually use these particular tools within our popular JavaScript testing frameworks as well. Of course, I mean, we already have some VS Code extensions and open source toolings that can actually generate JavaScript-based unit test cases, and you can use those suggestions in your code by just making the code be analyzed by these extensions or these frameworks, and that will just save a lot of time when you're actually doing software testing. And that's what really makes AI so powerful with respect to any kind of a field, and not just in software testing. So that's pretty much it for this particular talk. I hope that you liked and you understood some new concepts. If you still have any questions, I'll be here to take up any questions for the Q&A. And you can also connect with me later on my Twitter @HardWellUp or on my GitHub @ShivaLamba. And that's it from my end at TestJS Summit. Thank you so much for watching. And I hope to see everyone in next year's TestJS Summit. Thank you so much.
That was such a great session. I just loved it. And let's now invite Shai to come to the stage and discuss the pool results with us. Hey, Shivai, sorry, I mispronounced your name. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you? And it's really great to see, so many people coming in for TestJS Summit. And I mean, I had sort of a more unique topic, but yeah, would love to also share with you and look at some of the questions as well. So thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. Let's first take a look at the pool results. So did you have a chance to look at them, and what do you think about the results? I got a bit impressed that no one responded they are using AI tools for automating their testing. What do you think about?
And especially because the title of the topic was, using AI to help with the with the testing processes. And yeah, I mean, it's quite, like not really surprising as well. Because like a lot of these AI-based testing tools are something that are really just, at their nascent stage. They are not well set up like we have some of the really great tools. For example, if you're talking about JavaScript, so it's something like Cypress, right? Or let's say for that matter, Jest. So these are not like tools that are well, being used by hundreds and thousands of developers. So it's still in a really growing phase, but we are now actually seeing up some real world usage of being able to see AI-based testing. And that's what I try to also cover a few of the examples through my talk. But of course,
awesome.
Yeah, just looking at the results that we see, that a lot of the companies today are really dependent on, having dedicated QAs and software testers to help. So we don't really rely on the software developers, but essentially these QAs and the software testers are working with the software developers to ensure that we are, creating not just like development, but it's really a test-driven development, right? So that's what a lot of companies today are focusing towards.
Yeah, that was impressive as well. That like the majority is still with dedicated testers. So
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at some questions now. The first one is from AI USA. Machine learning needs data to learn. How can we apply auto generation of test cases for new products/projects?
Okay, so see, I mean, I would first want to answer this in two ways, right? So the first one is that, as you mentioned, that machine learning definitely does require data sets. So during the time when I was talking about integration and regression testing, right? So as I mentioned that because what we are doing is that we're looking at the past historical test cases that were written for a lot of different types of code. And this is actually how the GitHub Copilot has also been built, that we today are seeing the rise of GitHub Copilot, and it suggests you code, you write a comment and it will give you an entire code sample. And how it was trained was also by looking at all the open source repositories that had been there on GitHub, and it trained over the different kind of languages, the different kind of scenarios that were present. So similarly, what we're doing in case of software testing as well is that we're looking at past historical code changes and the type of test cases that were applied on those specific code changes, through which we were able to find out that, okay, if we have a particular code change, so for example, let's say we are having a JavaScript file and we are building a React application, and we push some change to one of the React components. Let's say it's more dedicated towards links, like we're using React router, we're using some links. So if we already know that, okay, for these particular type of changes, we might have particular test cases that are more, focused towards those specific code changes. If we're able to evaluate that, so we'll save a lot of time in, removing the redundancy that actually is involved with, creating test cases that might not be relevant for that particular code change. So in that case, if you're able to learn with the help of historical code changes, that can actually be used to, then generate code or generate, unit test cases or test cases that are very specifically dedicated. So if the machine is aware that, okay, the only change that I've made is to a particular part of the code, and we have trained that machine to understand, okay, like for that specific code change, the code that can be generated or the test case that can be generated will be only used for that particular code change. We'll be able to create very well specific test cases and save a lot of time.
I'm wondering if we could reach to a point where the machine would not just look into the code base and the changes and see what needs to be added in terms of testing, but maybe what should be removed as well. Did you think about it at some point?
Yeah, so
like
I mean,
test cases that are not valid anymore,
Exactly. So that makes a lot of sense. So let's say we have reached at that part of our code cycle where some of the code change, some of the test cases might have become redundant, and we probably might have not used them in quite a long time. So it can suggest. It's something that I've not personally looked at, but it's definitely a good thing to, a good thought process to sort of consider. Definitely.
Okay, awesome. So we have another question here from Mark Michaelis about respond to change, which would be, how would AI deal with expected failures because the behavior got changed by intention?
Okay, so yeah, I guess like this is a really good question. And again, so the thing is that when we are talking about, so as Mark has mentioned, okay, like when we are talking about the behavior, right? Now the behavior that at least what I assume from this particular question is that if we are making a particular code change, and now let's say that once we have made a particular code change and we want the AI to sort of see, okay, like for this particular code change, what can be an expected test case that we could run. But let's say by intention, if someone is, changing the code and AI has not really gone through that particular code change before, right? So it has not been trained in that way. So in that case, what we can do is, there will be an degree of self-learning involved as well, as we are giving it more and more newer test cases to sort of look at, even with AI, we always have those kind of scenarios when there are some kind of edge cases which might actually make your AI fail. So the expected response over there would be that we give a right kind of an error reporting scenario and just help the AI to sort of also train over those kind of test cases.
It makes total sense. And as you said in the beginning, it's something that is not as mature as other kind of techniques. So we have to teach the machine so that it can absorb more for us, the professionals, so that it can help us more in the future, right?
Yeah.
So we have another one here from Carlos R. Do you have any other metric beside code coverage? From my experience, even almost 100% coverage doesn't guarantee that product is really tested well. And I agree 100% with Carlos R.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, a really great question. And see, what I like, if we consider about how AI can actually help you reach to 100% code coverage, the other thing that I would suggest is that now, apart from this helping you reach to 100% code coverage, as I mentioned that with the help of AI, what we are trying to really do is that we are trying to save the time of the testers as well. So instead of actually, writing manual test cases every now and then, if you just get a list of suggested code, unit test cases, or even you just get suggestions that, okay, for this particular code change that you have done, this might be a good test case that you can add. So over here, what the AI is doing is it's not only generating the test cases for you, but at the same time, it is also trying to look at, those kind of cases where a human might probably forget about it, right? For example, a QA or a software developer, a software tester is looking at, okay, like what all test cases should I write? AI could suggest you potential cases where, you might probably skip over them, or those might come out of your mind. So that could be another metric to sort of look at.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yesterday on Gleb's talk with Ramon, I think it was, or I don't remember exactly his name, but they mentioned like about the other things. It's not just, for instance, about time execution, but like how it makes you makes it easier and faster for you to write and maintain the test. So I think, AI can probably help a lot on that.
Yeah, and this is where I would just want to also again share about Ponycode. Yeah, because as I mentioned, I had mentioned it briefly in one of my slides that Ponycode is one of such platforms that basically is a tool built for JavaScript, TypeScript, and what it does is that it will look at one of the functions that you have written. So, for example, you have used Node.js, and you have created a simple function, and you have used module.export, right? So it will look at the function, and then it will just understand, okay, like what's the context of that particular function, and it will just help you generate some test cases, like unit tests automatically. It will suggest you, and then you can just go ahead and select whichever is relevant for your case, right? So we're not enforcing it to directly give you, but it's giving you suggestions to look at. That, okay, these are potential test cases that you could have.
Yeah, I like to look at it as like when we do pair programming, like the Copilot or any other tool is like your pair, and it's giving you suggestions, you can accept them or not. So we have another question here from, oh my G, it's alive, Martine. A little bit of devil's advocate. If the AI can automatically write the scripts to find the error, shouldn't we program the AI to fix the error right away? That's a nice question. I love it.
That's a really good question. Yeah, absolutely. So I guess this is where GitHub Copilot actually is doing that, right? That in case you want to write a question, you write a comment, and GitHub Copilot already gives you like a suggestion for the code. So in a way, you could say that yes, like it has been programmed in such a way to help you autocomplete some part of your code, or help you, write a remaining part of the code. So for example, let's say you might have actually come across a particular error in your code, and then you can look at the suggestion provided by Copilot. So that definitely makes sense that if we can also create some kind of scripts that help you also fix bugs. Definitely.
Yeah, awesome. I agree 100%. We have another one here from Jay Munro. Is this primarily for low-level UI tests or possibly integration layer? I'm not clear on if this would be effective for end-to-end or front-end testing. I have to say that I've used GitHub Copilot for writing Cypress tests. It sometimes just knows exactly what I want. So that's my opinion, but I would love to hear yours, Shivai.
Yeah, definitely. So again, a really great question. And this is where I would want to say is that you can definitely use it for end-to-end testing. So whether you are using it for browser-based UI testing, so even there are tools that are coming up which really understand from how the browser interacts. So whether you're testing out different type of React components and how they are behaving right now on the front end, you could definitely use it over there as well. So you could use it for making automation testing, let's say using Selenium or any other kind of tools also more efficient. So it's really can definitely help you with end-to-end testing. More amount of it where we are seeing it right now is definitely on the lower end side. That is, just helping out with unit test cases. But tools are being developed right now that will help not only for unit test cases, but also outside of this for things such as browser-based testing, UI testing, or even for regression testing. So tools are definitely being created for covering each and every aspect that is possible for the testing cycle.
Yeah, I think it's all about training the models so that they can learn how to write any kind of test, right? So there's another one from Jay Munro, which is this a specific product? What VS Code plugin would you be looking for?
Sure. So as I just mentioned, Ponycode is a really great tool. They have a CLI, they have a VS Code extension. You could also, as mentioned by Valmer, that you could try GitHub Copilot as well. So although primarily GitHub Copilot is meant for suggesting you codes, but if you're writing your own test cases, it can be used for helping you give suggestions for the test cases as well, as mentioned by Valmer. So definitely you can use either Copilot. It comes directly. So if you use Copilot, it can be directly embedded into your VS Code. And you can also use the VS Code extension for Ponycode. But there are a lot of other tools as well that you can use.
Yeah, and for Copilot, you might need to wait in the waiting list. But at some point it will come. There's another one, which is, as I understood, the AI creates some scripts. How easy are these scripts to be read or checked by humans? That's a great one.
Yeah. So, I would sort of, again, break this down into two parts. One is that, yes, there might be certain scripts that might be prepared, but then the other part is that you might just get suggestions on, which particular test cases you should use, or you will just get blocks of code that are actually the test cases themselves. So with regards to the script part, I'm not 100% sure, because I haven't really worked on that side myself, but what I've worked is the generation of the code itself. So those have been focused towards, for a particular function that, you can directly correspond that particular test case with that function.
It makes sense. Shivai, it was great having you here. Thank you very much for your talk.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Valmer. And thank you so much, the entire TestJS Summit team. Thank you.
And don't forget to join Shivai in his speakers room on spatial.chat. The link to join is on the timeline, so don't forget to do that. And also don't forget to rate his talk. So go to Slido with the code 1819 and rate his talk. Iona, over to you. You are muted.
Yeah, it had to happen, right? The karma of the conferences and the online meetings. I was saying that we learn a bit more about one of our sponsors, which is the Platinum one, Snyk. Snyk is a developer-first security company that helps software-driven businesses develop fast and build their cloud-native applications securely. If you remember, we had Liram yesterday with a talk, and I do invite you to check the recording on the website when you have a bit of time. Get started with Snyk for free by visiting their webpage, snyk.io. And a reminder about our discussions room, and this one that's just starting is about test ops. Don't forget, you can access them in the timeline, also in your page under the presentation, and with a click, you're gonna be in the discussion room. We move forward for our next talk, and I'm really delighted to have Ramona Schwering with us. If I butcher that, I do apologize, and I'll be looking closely to see how that is correctly pronounced. Her testing is a trap presentation, common testing pitfalls and how to solve them, will be about developers' common mistakes, including herself, at least from what she saw till now. And of course, how to avoid them. Isn't that what we all want in the end? Before we go to the talk, she did prepare a question for us, and you can access it on Slido with the code 1819. And while she gets to speak, do answer the question. What was the big pain you felt when it comes to testing? And you can choose from waiting to 4 for pipeline to complete, flakiness, how wrote the test, I don't understand why I did this way months earlier, I should have done this. We don't all have regrets, all of them or none of them. Okay, so I think we can start then, and please welcome with applause, Ramona.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my session here at TestJS Summit this year. I'm so glad you're spending your time with me to learn about all the things I myself screwed up. Yeah, I know, that sounds harsh, but honestly, I hope to learn from my past mistakes together with you all, so thank you so much for being here. And let's get started, right? Let me start in another way. I'm Ramona, and welcome to the premiere episode of Mo Presents Fun with Test. Side note, Mo is a little nickname for me. But let's stop being silly and let's get serious instead. I'm working as a software developer at Shopware, which is a company providing an open source e-commerce platform. But I have a couple of years experience in quality assurance as well, so I know both views of the product or of an application, that of a tester and that of a developer. And I strive to make the experience of both better. Let's call it developer and tester experience alike. And this is basically the reason why I started to think about this session, this talk. To get to the point, let's think about the following situation, or it's more thought. There are a couple of movies I loved watching in my childhood, and even as an adult, I rewatched them numerous times. And one franchise of those is Star Wars. And there's one quote in particular from the 1983 Star Wars film Episode 6, which is Return of the Jedi, which sticked into my mind. And it's this one. It's a trap. Well, every terrible mimicking skills of me aside, it's really a memorable quote said by Admiral Akbar, who is the leader of the Mon Calamari rebels. And it was said during the Battle of Endor, where the Alliance mobilized its forces in a concerted effort to destroy the Death Star. And Akbar encounters an unexpected ambush there, which leads him to exclaim this quote. So, yeah, it's a nice quote, right? You think? You will wonder, well, what it has to do with testing. And yes, I think it has to do something with testing. It's a nice allegory when it comes to testing. Testing has so many perks and advantages, and I don't think I need to convince you about that here in this session. But all those wonderful things when it comes to testing can be outshadowed, though, by pain points caused by various reasons. Many of them can be considered traps, and they may feel like an ambush. Things you did in best intent, of course, but turning out to be painful in the long run, or even earlier. Well, when it comes to my beginnings, my tester or developer career, I think about 3 pain points, especially when it comes to pain. The first being slow tests, which can happen by various reasons. And you can imagine if you want to finish a feature or a task or a ticket and you want to merge your pull request so badly, but you need to wait for the pipelines to run. That's awful. Second, and maybe more important, I think about tests which are painful to maintain. For example, a test I don't understand when looking at it months or even years later. Well, even fellow team members asking me what I thought I wanted to achieve with this test. So, well, I think bad things happen, right? But it's not the worst pain point I felt when it comes to working with tests. It's about this one. Tests give you no value, no clear result at all. You may call them Heisen fails or Heisen tests, like the famous Heisen bug, which only occurs if you look away, don't debug results. And there's the end boss, flaky tests, which are non-determinant. Tests who fail to deliver the same correct value in between builds. Imagine a test passing the first time, failing the second, and passing the third time. A test you cannot trust, right? But well, it doesn't have to be this way. Let me show you my biggest failures when it comes to tests and how to correct them. What to keep in mind when it comes to writing good tests and to avoiding these pitfall traps. Well, due to the time limit, I cannot mention all of them, but let's speak about others, like some I encountered or your experience later on in the Q&A or even later. The first and most important thing inside of my mind is the following situation. Please look at it first. Maybe you find yourself familiar in it. Well, think about your doing a task, coding, and your brain is full with the main production code, and you have no headspace left for any additional complexity. Every task which comes on top shouldn't eat headspace then, or be exhausting to you. Otherwise, it will be painful to you. So eating more headspace is against the intent of testing and even cause team to abandon testing at all in the worst case. So avoiding tests to eat headspace is the most important thing in testing, in my opinion. And I'm not alone with that. Yoni Goldberg describes it as a golden rule, and it is the following one. It's basically keep it stupid simple. Tests should be designed plain simple in every case, and it doesn't matter if we are talking about unit or end-to-end testing. Our goal should be the following. One should look at your test and get its intent instantly, without thinking about it, basically. So, yes, test is not totally like production code, not completely. And yeah, I know that you should treat your test code with the same care as you do with production code. But some best practices applied to production code aren't suitable for tests or are in conflict with tests. For example, when I'm thinking about the application or the dry principle. So please try to use less to no abstractions inside of your tests to keep them comprehensible. So that also means be cautious when it comes to commands or page objects in end-to-end, for example. I like to describe it as a flat or minimal test design. So testing only as much as needed belongs to that as well. In this case, you will keep your tests comprehensible and delightful to work with. And this is a principle which can be applied to basically all the following examples. So I'm speaking about examples, right? Let's take a look at them. Look at this little code snippet. especially when it comes to the test title. It's a just snippet, but it's still applicable to end-to-end testing as well. When you look at this test, do you know what it wants to accomplish? For example, if you look at your test log, if this test is failing, do you know what it's about or what could be wrong inside of it? Well, it should throw an error, but which error? When should it be thrown? Anything? Remember our golden rule. You should know instantly what your test is doing. So we need to improve it, right? Let's take a look. This one is the 3-part rule by Roy Asherworth, which could come in handy in this case. It will help you with keeping clear what your test wants to cover and accomplish. It's well known from unit testing, but maybe it's not that bad to keep it in mind when it comes to end-to-end or integration testing as well. The 3-part rule basically says you should have a test containing 3 parts. 1, what is being tested? In this case, it's the property. 2, under what circumstances and scenario we test, which is the usage of the deprecated property in our example. And 3, what is the expected result of the test? In this case, the error thrown. So we have this little title here, which is not that little anymore, but it's more comprehensible. And if you think about longer test titles, Longcat is long, test name is long. Longcat likes long test titles because you can see the result of the test in first sight. And you don't need to read through all logs or the source code to get what's wrong inside of this test. All right. Next trap. Look at this test. Do you see and get it in first sight? If yes, I got to say props to you. You're really quick, but if you don't, that's totally normal and no problem at all because this test structure is a mess. You see, declarations, assertions, and actions are really needed without any structure at all. So how can we change this test to get it easier to understand? Well, I like to use the AAA pattern, which is short for arrange, act, assert. So again, this is well known from unit testing, so I'll use a jest example here. But yes, it's not that good for end-to-end tests, which tend to be a bit longer, but it's still worth mentioning here. The AAA pattern says you should structure your test in 3 parts. First, the arrange part, which is dealing with the setup to bring the system to the scenario the test aims to simulate. Think about variables, dubbing or mocking, for example. The second one is about running your test. Basically, the act part, running your unit under test, do your steps, actions, etc. to get to the result state. And third, the assert part, which is quite self-explanatory. So you do the assertions and checks of your test scenario inside of it, which makes the AAA pattern another way of designing your test in a simple way. You can basically get the test intent in first sight, which is really, really important. All right, next one. Another slide, another trap. And we got BB-8 from Star Wars as a guest, and he found a name which might be familiar to us, but not to him, not to BB-8. It's Foobar. Well, we as developer know that Foobar is often used as a placeholder name, but if you see it inside of a test, do you directly know what it stands for? Again, this way your test may be more difficult to understand at first sight, so we should avoid that. But what should we do instead? Let's take a look. In this case, I brought you a little Cypress test. So it's an end-to-end test in this case, but this advice is not limited to that. You can use it in integration or unit testing as well. This test should check if a product can be created and read. So in it, I want to use names and placeholders connected to a real actual product. So when it comes to the t-shirt, I use t-shirt Akbar because it's a t-shirt with Akbar, I don't know. And when it comes to the manufacturer, I want to use Space Company. as a name so that you can see that I am dealing with a product, for example. Well, if you don't want to invent all the names by yourself, you can use Faker to generate data or even import it from a production state. So maybe you see, I want to stick to the golden rule we mentioned, even when it comes to naming. New trap, same test. Did you notice these selectors here? They are CSS selector. And you might say now, okay, but well, I can have unique CSS selector. They work, right? Why are they problematic? Well, because they are prone to change. If you, for example, refactor your application and change classes, the test may fail even if you didn't introduce a bug. And a test failing without a bug is a false negative, giving no reliable report on your application, as you just changed the implementation and it don't report an error, right? So this trap refers mainly to end-to-end tests in this particular case, but in other circumstances, it might apply to unit testing as well as soon as you use selectors. So look at selectors you must. Yoda would say. So you shouldn't test implementation details at all. Instead, you should use other things. For example, in place of a CSS selector, try to test for something a user would call attention to. For example, a little string you see inside of your application, or a heading, or the words inside of a button. Or even better, choose the selectors which are less prone to change, for example, data attributes. If you refactor your application, it might be the case that you will change some CSS classes or styling, but changing data attributes, especially if you name them like data test or data CY, isn't that common, so they are less prone to change. Last but not least, there's a topic I cannot stress enough, so I need to introduce it as a trap as well inside of here. So it's about this fixed waiting time things, like waiting for half a second every time, and even worse, it's in a command here, so it will be executed way too often. And in best case, it will slow down the test way too much. And it's not necessary at all because our application can be faster. But in the worst case, we will wait too less time on causing flakiness. So fortunately, there's plenty of things to do to avoid fixed waiting time traps. Let's take a look. All the way center around waiting dynamically. And I prefer more deterministic methods that most platforms provide. I brought you my two favorites to use. The first being waiting for changes in the user interface of your application, for example, animations to stop, a loading spinner to disappear, or anything to be loaded. Another possibility would be the waiting for API requests. Cypress provides you neat features for doing that. In this way, your test will stay stable and reliable while managing time efficiently, like this bad boy here. Let's go back to Admiral Akbar. The Battle of Endor turned out to be a success, of course with teamwork and a couple of countermeasures included. Refer that to testing. It might be a lot to do, especially when it comes to legacy code. And it might need a change in mind for test design or lots of refactoring, but it's worth it in the end, and you will feel the rewards. So, the most important things really I want you to remember is referring to the golden rule we talked about earlier. All examples pay in on that. All pain points emerge from ignoring it. It's about keeping your tests easy to read, to maintain, and to keep them easy to understand. It's one sentence I want you to remember from this talk. A test should be a friendly assistant, no hindrance to you. Tests should feel like a routine, not like solving a complex mathematical formula or something. So let's give our best to achieve that. See, R2D2 here is catching bugs with ease here, and I want you to feel like that as well, so that dealing with tests feels lean and like fun and not exhausting, right? So, yeah. What else can I say now then? Thank you for your time and for listening to me. And if you got questions or want to discuss any of the traps which might occur to you or any other traps I experienced, please join the Q&A session or talk to me on this conference or afterwards on Twitter or basically wherever you found me. So let's keep that and see you next time. Goodbye.
And that was a really, really interesting talk. Did I also mention that it's extremely creative for those slides? The bar for how to express text on slides at conferences is like super high. I'm very impressed, and definitely inviting now Ramona to join us to check the results of the poll first time, and after that to have some questions. We do wait for a question in the Discord, and I'm going to take them after we see the results of the poll. How you feel about the results, Ramona? Welcome.
Hello everyone. So I'm feeling really relieved because most people answered the way I did. I experienced all of that, as you might have noticed, and it's wonderful to not feel so alone or feel like an idiot because I screwed up so many times. And I hope we can make the best of it and to learn together and discuss together. And yeah, let's see.
Like the lessons you mentioned today, definitely learning from experience and for all of the situation that we are into it. Let's move to the question, and we already have some in Discord. Sev was saying hi and asking if you have an opinion on dry, don't repeat yourself, versus dump, descriptive and meaningful phrases when it comes to end-to-end tests. In other words, if you use a code snippet in several tests, would you just copy and paste it to keep it simple or create a custom comment for it?
I love this question actually, because it's a struggle I myself feel a lot, because as a developer, of course, I like to decide in favor of the dry principle to don't repeat myself too much. But as I said, as a tester and also as a developer, having comprehensible tests is the most important thing. So sometimes I would say, don't give too much weight on dry principle and more on understand your tests. So I think if I use a code snippet in several tests and it's not a big code snippet, I would use a custom command, but I would try my best to name it in a really descriptive way and to use some documentation, for example, definitions for auto completion and stuff, which is considered duplicate, but I think it's really important in this case so that all people seeing this custom command do know in first sight what it's all about and what it does. So you can have it comprehensible and have some kind of dry inside of your test. So it's, I think, the best thing in the middle, but I know it's really, really difficult to decide in favor from one or the other.
Indeed, it's hard to be in between, but sometimes there's the good place to be, indeed, to use it. Liaz was wondering how to force front-end dev to use selectors.
I think you mean to use selectors in favor of strings or whatever. So when it comes to selectors, it's really important to distinguish which selector you use. When it comes to CSS selectors, I would rather prefer using strings or to wait for any text the user would see in your application, because CSS selectors are really prone to change. And this could be a thing to give you some failure test, even if nothing's broken inside of your application. But if you're using other selectors, like for example, data attributes, which I myself are a huge fan of, you can make it that they know they won't
need to update their test that much, because when it comes to data attributes, and especially if you name them like data CY for Cypress attributes or any other descriptive array, a developer who is working on your code does know that it's meant for testing and won't change it. So your test will fail for the right reasons and not just for an outdated class or anything like that, which is less work for the developer, right? So I think that might be a wonderful argument to convince them.
Definitely, we can gain them on our side with that, indeed. Martin, oh my God, it's alive, was asking,
I love this name.
How would, indeed, how would you compare arrange act as assert to given, when, then? And use which of them in which situation? What situation? Encountered any traps with this?
Well, I'm so glad you asked this, Martin, because that was the thing I needed to leave out of my talk because of the time frame. I wrote an article about that some tests in my daily doing at a huge, I'm working at a huge application in the e-commerce sector, which tends to be quite conflict. And even in unit tests, it needs sometimes a bit more context in the test as you should have when it comes to unit testing. So you shouldn't call them unit testing to begin with, but when it comes to integration tests in jest or something, you sometimes need to test the DOM, which sometimes require you to check on the before and after states of your component, for example. And in this case, arrange act assert is no good thing to use, because it's basically really difficult to press your test inside of the structure in this case. So given when then is more suited in this case when it comes to integration tests, or if you need some assertions on the state before and after. So you can consider it like that. Arrange my test, I think it's what I'm giving. So all the thing you need to arrange is the given part. Act in my test, I think that's when something happens. So that's the middle part. And assert the results is assertion. So in this case, you can do the assertions on the DOM in the given part, and it's still okay, and it's still a valid structure, and it won't violate AAA in this case anymore.
Indeed. Maria K85 was wondering, it is considered best practice to have repeated act assert sequences in a single case. Example being filling one form, submitting it, expect the data to be submitting, click edit, and expect the form to be active again.
I think it depends on the purpose you use it. If you are writing a quite short unit test or a short integration test, I would consider, as Martin said, given then to do another structure. But when it comes to end-to-end testing, you cannot avoid using those act assert sequences. So in this case, I think we can bend the rule and say it's okay, as long as it's easy for you to read your test. So maybe use some comments to name some sections so that the other developers don't have a hard time to understand your test.
Indeed, yeah, would be like that. Okay, another one would be the pattern that you mentioned, the AAA. It's always a good idea, or there are some other exceptions that you see there?
Yeah, I think we already covered that a bit when it comes to integration tests, where you need to assert only before and after states of your application, of your component or unit, whatever your unit is. I would suggest not using the TrueLay pattern in favor of given when then or other things. A little fun fact when it comes to given when then, it's a bit taken from BDD, and it was a little interesting thing because some developers in my team don't like to use BDD for end-to-end tests, but use given when then for unit testing. So a little double standard, I think. But well, in this case, it would be a good idea to use such things, or put a little more emphasis on using comments and new lines when it comes to end-to-end tests.
Okay, thank you. And about flaky tests, what was the most painful trap you experienced in this area?
I'm so thankful that it's the second most voted answer in the poll, because I really had nightmares when it comes to this topic. My honorable mention when it comes to traps I stepped in was in environmental issue, more or less cross dependencies, because I used Nightwatch back then together in the Google browser, and thus I used Google WebDriver, and there was an issue in, I think it was WebDriver, which we couldn't fix because of a couple of reasons. We weren't able to update Nightwatch, so the dependencies was torn apart, and led to some failures inside of my pipelines, and debugging that was really painful, and especially led me to change test frameworks later on. So together with the Docker environment, which had some network issues, sometimes not, that was really painful. And to bridge this that situation, we used retrying GitLab, which I am not a great fan of, but I didn't know how to help it until we are able to update. So I was really embarrassed of this solution, but it wasn't helped. So yeah, that was really painful. But it's gone now, because sometimes we were able to update, and later on we changed framework. So yeah.
Well, a solution is always welcome. Sometimes it's not the perfect one, or maybe the easiest one, but it's good that it fixed. And we had David Burns earlier from WebDriver. So if we can push there, asking for a fix, will be even better to go to the initial one. Making connection at conferences. Thanks so much, Ramona, for the talk and amazing slides. Really appreciate the creativity you put in it. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Welcome. So now we move to different talks, but till then I do remind you that you have a special chat room with Ramona that will be in the timeline. And we also do ask you to give us feedback, and especially to Ramona, about the talk, how you felt about it, and let us know. I think it's...
Sorry, I was muted. So
we just exchanged that you're muted.
Exactly, yeah. So do not forget to tweet with the photo to take part of the raffle of GitNation swag. And let's also talk about our gold sponsor, Neura Legion, built for developers. Neura Legion, no false positive application and API security scanner, run security tests across your pipeline on every build and PR, and it's easy to integrate, simple to use, and fast. So thanks, Neura Legion. And also one word from our gold sponsor, Lambda Test. Lambda Test is the fastest growing testing cloud platform that allows users to run manual and automated tests on their websites and web apps across 2,000 plus browser versions and operating systems. So thanks to Lambda Test for sponsoring the event as well. And now we have the next talk from Philip. Philip loves to code and teach people. So I'm so looking forward to learn from him. And his talk is tests that help you find defects faster. In this talk is about common mistakes people make when writing tests. So similar to the traps I imagine from Ramona. But before we go to the talk, Philip has posed a question for you, which is, how would you describe your relationship with test-driven development, TDD? Have you never heard of it? You haven't tried? So go to Slido, type the code 1819 and leave your answer there. So we'll take a look at the poll results at the start of the Q&A session following the talk. So don't forget to ask questions on Discord, in the talk Q&A channel, and please give Philip a big round of virtual applause at the talk Q&A session. And Philip, the stage is all yours.
Hey there, and welcome to my talk, Tests That Help You Find Defects Faster. My name's Philip, but everyone just calls me Phil, so you can do this as well. I live in a town called Potsdam in Germany, right next to Berlin, but except for hipsters, we do have castles. I'm also CTO at a company called Auteon. And I've been in technical leadership roles the past years, and I've mentored a couple of less experienced developers along the way. And while doing so, I learned about different mistakes different people make, about some troubles people put themselves through when they write tests for software. And since I enjoy writing tests a lot, I'm a huge fan of TDD because it just helps me organize myself and work in small steps. I thought this is a nice opportunity to share some of that knowledge. Obviously, I've made most of those mistakes myself in the past years, often enough to kind of dissect them and look into what's really important and whatnot. Which brings me also to my first point. So I'd like to start this talk actually not with some topic, but with the topics that this talk won't be about. And the first thing will be naming tests, right? So there are a couple of different styles how you can write test names, test descriptions. And just to give you an example, just going to run those here so you see how they look in a test runner. There's, for instance, one style called RSpec, where essentially you read through all the describes down to the it, and then this forms a whole sentence. So for instance, here, a user can be identified, right? This is one way of doing it, obviously, right? There is also a different style, BDD, behavior-driven development. This is where you see the keyword should a lot. So here I've used user just merely as a name for a group. And then the test name itself is should be possible to identify a user. Now, the important point here is, both are equally good, right? There is none, the one isn't better than the other. It's just a matter of personal taste, what you like better, what works for you. This is also why I don't want to make this an issue here. So in this talk, I'm going to use the BDD style a lot, should, but, I don't think it's the better one. If, you prefer to write your test differently, that is absolutely fine. So this is really not what this talk is about. The second thing this talk isn't about is about certain arbitrary rules when it comes to how many assertions should be in one test case, right? There are lint rules out there that say every test should only have one assertion in it. And I don't think this is necessarily always, correct. So for instance, these two are exactly the same. The first one uses one assertion where, we want to assert that a user object has a certain structure, so we can use to match object to match against all those properties. And if something should be missing, then it fails. But we could write the exact same test also with two assertions where we check for the properties individually. There are probably, there are pros and cons to either of this approach and either of these approaches, but I wouldn't say, one is particularly better or one is worse. So also here, this is not something I'd like to talk about. Figure out something that works for you and go with that, right? And obviously, so what this talk is also not about is hopefully is nitpicking my examples. So I've chosen deliberately simple examples to get the general idea across. They're obviously not from the real world, right? You probably wouldn't find them exactly like that in a real world scenario. Sometimes they might even contradict certain rules that I say, but then always just to get the point that I'm currently talking about better across. Okay, with the playing field leveled, let's dive right in. And essentially, I've structured this talk into two separate parts. So the first part focuses on general structure of tests, like how to organize everything. And then the second part is, how to really write tests and, two common pitfalls people fall into. So let's start with the first thing that I see happen a lot. And also let me just point my test runner to that. And this is, while I don't think there needs to be only one assertion in a test, what I do think is that each test should cover exactly one use case. And this is a mistake you can super easy make. So for instance, here, the test description, and really just focus on the test description here, is it should be possible to read from and write to the database. Now, and we see this test fails. If I'd ask what is it? Is it the reading part or the writing part? You probably couldn't just, tell from the top of your head, right? And also, if you're working, on your software and this test, starts going to red again, you also need to figure out, which part is it that you just broke, right? And my general rule of thumb here is that whenever you write the word and, A-N-D, into a test description, just make it two tests, right? You're combining too much in there already, which shouldn't be combined. So what can we do about this? We can split it up. Let me just point my test runner again. So now we got two tests. One, it should be possible to read from the database. The other one it should be possible to write to the database. Now, if the second one fails, we know, okay, it's definitely going to be the writing part that's broken, not the reading part. That's nice because already from the test failure, we can see what's going on. However, there's one little small improvement left to be made here. So what happens, for instance, if both fail? Because here we can see that use cases aren't necessarily only, like the keyword and isn't the only thing you need to look out for. If you think about it, what do both reading and writing to the database need? A connection to a database. So if both fail, it could be that there are separate issues. It could just be that the connection isn't working. So this would be the last improvement I would make to this. Add a third test that just looks for the connection. So if the connection test fails and the reading and the writing, okay, it's definitely going to be the connection. At least there is an issue there. And it's very likely that this affects also the reading and writing specs, while this isn't as clear if you don't have that spec. And some of you now might be thinking, if you do TDD, this is something that would, this structure comes really naturally. Because if you start building this interface, you definitely would start with, ensuring that there is a connection to the database. So this would be the first test you write, and then you would add other tests after that fact. However, even if you do TDD, sometimes you get carried away. If you want to get something done, and this is when you start cramming multiple use cases into one test. But this will bite you in the ass down the line. The second thing I'd like to talk about when it comes to general test structure is the use of assertions, right? And the pitfall you can make, or you can trap into here, is that essentially we can express everything as a Boolean expression, and make it a true or false check, right? And I've started here, just skip that second test for now. I've started here by checking whether a certain property on a user has the correct name. Let me just point my test runner to this so we can see it fail. Now, if that test is fine, right? It checks for the correct thing, right? It just does it in a way that if it fails, it doesn't really tell us what's going on, right? So here we can see the test runner just tells us it expected true, but it received false. So now, what does that mean, right? This forces us to open up the editor and navigate to the test file to figure out what's going on here. However, we can do better. We can, for instance, use the assertion to have property, tell the thing, and make our test look like this. So now we're expecting that a user object has a property called John. Right? And now the error message looks, slightly different, right? First of all, it tells us that it's looking for a certain path here called name. Then it tells us that it expected a value called John, but it got Jane, right? And what this gives us is context, right? So this doesn't just tell us that the test, which hopefully has a nice name, fails, but also some context to why it failed, right? And this then again, helps you understand faster, what did you just do? How does this relate maybe to this error, so that you can figure out what might, be causing this, what did you change that causes this error? Another, and for this, let me just turn this around, common thing or something we can do is, for instance, test for errors, right? So for instance, sometimes you throw exceptions and you want to make sure that the correct exceptions are thrown. You can do this way, right? So you have your code, you call the function that you expect to throw, you catch the error, and then you do some assertion on the error message. And here, for instance, we just want to make sure that some part of that error message, because errors, also add some standard front, for instance, an error colon, and you just want to make sure that your error message is in there, right? And we can do this, with an index of check, and then, we don't want it to be -1 because that would mean it's not in there. However, again, that error message expected not -1 doesn't help us a lot. Again, luckily for us, Jest, as the testing framework I'm using here, offers us an assertion that we can just pass a function that we want to throw and expect it to throw with a certain message, like with a certain error message. Now, again, the error output looks slightly different. First of all, we see what we expected. We now see what we received instead, custom message. And also it points us directly to from where the error that was thrown. And this can, once again, give you more context to work with your code and then fix that error, hopefully. There is, probably a lot of you are working with DOM. Some of you might be working with testing library, and there are super nice additions to Jest. Jest DOM is one, if you're working with testing library, that just give you a bunch of custom assertions to check for accessibility attributes, for UI states like disabled, enabled, focus, and all this kind of stuff. But it all falls into the same category. My general suggestion would be, pick the assertion that is closest to what you actually want to do, like, whether you want to check for a property, whether you want to check for an error, whether you want to check for a certain UI state, and then go with that, instead of, just building some form of Boolean condition and then checking for that to be either true or false, because that won't give you much. Okay, so this essentially concludes the first half, right? General structure of tests. We talked about assertions and test descriptions, and especially, only working with one use case at a time. Now let's look at some test code, right? For instance, this test, perfectly working. However, there's a lot going on in here, right? So essentially this test just checks that if we change an input that our on-change handler was called with the correct property. But we have a lot of setup, we have lots of interaction going on down here, and the question I would ask is all of this interaction necessary? And it could be, right? And if it is necessary, then instead of just spelling it out here, I would go ahead and extract that, for instance, into a method, call it, for instance, simulate change, which has a value, and then I can just move this here, down there, called simulate change instead. So now the whole arrange, act, assert structure of that test became much cleaner, right? And also this has a name, right? We want to simulate a change because this is what this block was all about, right? Now, by extracting it to a method, giving that method a proper name, we can just make this clearer to the reader. However, I see much more. For instance, there's an on key down, function defined here and it's passed along, but we never assert on it. So my question would be like, how important is it, right? And this, this can happen, especially if you copy paste tests a lot, because this might just, was important in another test that you copied this from, and you never took it out, right? And by, repeating this, you can blow up your test cases one after the other, which is why personally I always, write out tests from the start. I try to, not copy and paste at all because I'm lazy. And my laziness will force me to write the least amount of code and also, start extracting into methods as soon as I, repeat the same structure for the second or third time. So I use my laziness as a forcing function for nicer tests, essentially. And also, given that, let's assume this was written with red-green refactor. So the test failed in the beginning, then we implemented something, make it green. Now we're in the refactor phase anyway. So essentially, any change we can make to this test that, keeps it green, except maybe for removing the assertion, is a valid change, right? So here, for instance, I could say, let's just remove the on key down and then see what happens. Yeah, so it's still green, and we can also remove the initial value here because that's also, I don't think it's important. Let's see, right? Let's figure out whether it was important or not. Nope, doesn't seem so. And just to prove it to you, if I remove the on change here, test the type checks, but now it should fail. Yep, now the test fails. So that apparently was a change I should be making. Okay, so with that in mind, the lesson to learn here is, keep tests as small as possible. However, and this brings us actually to the last step, is one thing, I did also by extracting this is, like, if this is, if this part of the code would be present in multiple tests, then, I would adhere to the dry principle. However, dry can be dangerous in tests, and let me show you why. So, and let's look at this last example here. So, essentially these two tests, the one checks that, on-click property isn't called when the button is disabled, and the other one checks that it is called if the button is not disabled, right? And these tests look a lot alike, right? However, if we look at the render, then we see that this one passes the disabled prop, this one doesn't. Clicking the button is exactly the same code. However, it's already minimal, so maybe not, doesn't make sense to extract that. And then the assertion also slightly different because one has a not in it and one doesn't. So, however, the on-click method that we define here is, this line of code is the same in both test cases. So you could be tempted to keep those tests dry, to move it out of the test. We move it here, save, and we followed red-green refactor. So if the test stays green, everything is fine. And the tests stay green. So this change must be a valid change. However, we made one big mistake. And the mistake we made is we just coupled those two tests. And we coupled them by extracting this, because this is something that is mutable. There we have it again, shared mutable state. You know the line, is the root of all evil. Right, so in this case, by extracting the on-click handler, we now essentially, we coupled both tests to it, and even worse, the order of the tests all of a sudden is important, because if I move this test below this one, then look what happens. It starts to fail. However, it doesn't fail because the code isn't working. Right? It just starts to fail because, this on-click handler here, starts counting. And it has been, when the first test runs, on-click handler is called for the first time, it stores this. And then if the second test runs, then this assertion is not true anymore, right? So because it has been called in this test. So we coupled our tests, they're not isolated anymore. And these bugs are really, really nasty to debug, right? Because, if you start, like, if I single out this test, right, it will work again, right? And this is, one of the most frustrating things I'm doing. Like if I look at a test fair, I put an only somewhere and then the test starts working. And it's like, damn, because then I essentially have to really dig into the code and figure out, okay, what's going on? Like, where is the shared state? Where, how can I make it not shared and take this apart? So my general suggestion is like, try to, like a certain wetness of tests, I think is good, right? And just to avoid these kinds of scenarios here. And this almost concludes my talk. So just to recap, what are the 4 important points to learn here? So first point is, try to stick to one use case per test. This is really important. One use case does not mean one assertion, just, one use case. Then try to use assertions that match really what you want to express, right? So that if an error happens, the error message delivers as much context as possible for the particular thing you were testing. Then, when you write your tests, maybe don't copy paste too much, right? Keep the tests concise and keep them to only what they really need to, perform their work, right? This helps you, should you need to dig into the test code, to not be distracted by everything else that is there that does nothing, right? And the last thing is, don't try to be too dry with your tests, because test isolation is more important than, completely dry code. Every test needs to work on its own and shouldn't rely on something shared global, because that just, comes with a lot of danger and hard to debug errors. That's it. Thank you very much for listening and see you in the QA. Bye-bye.
That was an excellent talk, and I am so glad to have been able to watch it. So let's bring Philip to the stage here with us. Hey, Philip, how are you doing? Thanks for the great talk.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed giving it or recording it.
Awesome, awesome. I think we could first look into the results of the poll question that you brought to the table. And actually, when I was voting, I thought there was one missing answer, which would be like, I like to do TDD, but I don't do it most of the time. So I think this one was the one missing. But what do you think about the results? Like, I was impressed that in the beginning, people that were using most of the time were winning, but now there are some people that tried and had some trouble winning. So what are your thoughts on that?
I'm still impressed by the use it most of the time as the second option in the poll.
Me too.
I absolutely did not expect that, even though I did expect the try that had some trouble, because that's usually the answer I get if I ask people whether they work with TDD or not.
Yeah, but it seems a good sign, right?
Absolutely. But maybe, at TestJS Summit, maybe people are a bit biased.
That's true. That's a good point. We have some questions from the audience. So I will bring the first one, which is from Mark. Regarding don't use keyword and, what about scenarios-driven tests? Here, he's talking about UI tests when the setup takes a considerable amount of time. We tried to split up scenarios, but ended up with very long running tests. Thus, are there exceptions to the denial of end? And I just wanted to give my comment before you answer, which to me, it sounds that there are some bad smells in the testing code when it's like, when there are no testability in the application to allow you to create the state in an easier way when you're talking about UI tests and you depend on the UI for doing everything, but I would love to hear your answer for that.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I'd also go with a solid, it depends, obviously, right? None of my rules are, you can only do it this way, and if you do it in a different way, then, you're doing it wrong, of course.
For sure.
But I get your sentiment a lot. So I would also then ask, if your current system does not allow you to isolate, individual use cases, then maybe this is the issue you should put your focus on. and try to, turn it into a system that actually can allow you to do this, because in the end, you still end up with the same issues, right? Like if you mix a lot of stuff in there, okay, you got a maybe fast running test, but then it doesn't give you as much if it fails. But then again, right, if this is all options considered your best way of doing it, then of course do it, right? Because having
better
any
than doing
test
it manually, right?
Exactly, better than doing it manually, and then any test is better than no test, if you ask me.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, I think you brought a good point. Like we don't have to blame the tests always. Sometimes there's missing testability in the application to allow us to write tests that are more isolated and that are faster to execute. That's great. We have a question from Lias. Do you think we should use TDD always or just for some features?
That is a good question. Personally, I'd go with always. Because my rule of thumb is like, if it's a super small, people sometimes ask me like, if it's a super small feature and I know exactly what it's supposed to do, then I don't need to do TDD, to which I would answer, if it's super small and super easy, then writing a test for it also doesn't take no time. So, you can just do it.
True.
And you'll be on the safe side anyways. If it's, larger and while writing the test, you figure out that, you still need to understand parts of it, then again, the tests, writing the test up front has just helped you understand that, you're missing some information, or you need to, prototype a little more to figure out what you actually want to achieve. So I just go with always, because I think it just helps you so much all the time.
Yeah,
but,
that's a good take for sure. And we have a question from Christiana. Do you think it is bad practice to define common unmutable constants button text in the scribe block? What do you think about that?
Personally, also once again, classic depends, right? For if it's a common text, common configuration, for instance, like default configuration, if it has a good name, for instance, for instance, as I said, I then use prefixes like default or something else to make it clear that this is something that never changes and that I just need, then I think this is totally fine. However, if you start extracting constants out into the scribes and then they are just used in like 1 or 2 tests and the others don't need them, then why are they there? Why are they on the outside?
It might be overcomplicating, right?
Exactly, and my rule of thumb is I like to read tests from top to end and understand them. Like if I reach a point, like if I'm the compiler and I was like, okay, here's a line, variable, where's this variable? And then I need to look up the tree to figure out, okay, what's in this thing now? Then I'd rather have it just in line with the test and all is good, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let me see another question here. How do you know where to add a test when the code is completely unknown?
So that is also a good question. So what I do is, if the code is completely unknown, I just spike in there. I ditch the test. I'll do an experiment to figure out what I'm dealing with. And then once I understand the code enough, I'll just throw all of that away and start with the test again. And what happens is that I 90% of the time end up with a better solution than the prototype I just wrote. The important part really is to throw away everything you just did and then go back to safety with TDD.
That makes total sense. We have another question from Lias. Do you think only the dev team should do TDD or the automation QA should do it too? As a QA, I do TDD as well. So I mean, when I'm writing a test, sometimes I write the test in a way that sometimes I might need an external function that will do something for me. I write the name of it, and afterwards I implement it. So I could say that this is kind of similar to doing TDD. What do you think?
Absolutely. And I mean, as long as the automation work is testable, then, why not define your acceptance criteria up front? I think that I've refactored a ton of SH scripts to, I don't know, JavaScript or TypeScript or Python or whatever, just so that I have a test runner that I'm comfortable with, and I can do the exact same thing, maybe a little bit slower, but then I can define my test cases by scenarios, and it's like, okay, this uploads to the right AWS bucket, for instance, and this thing, creates the correct configuration file or reads it from somewhere. And this, on the whole end-to-end process, wherever you can add a test, because it's gonna save you at some point.
That's completely true, yeah. We have another one here that I find interesting from Andrew. I'm leading our company to start writing tests. They have not really done any before. Any advice for setting up an entire engineering org for success?
It's a hard topic. Funny enough, I've been in a very similar situation, I think. I mean, what helped me is, first of all, I handed out the JS testing course by Kent Beck, not Kent Beck, Kent C. Dotz, all those Kents, to the team. And when it came to testing and also test coverage and stuff, what I'd like to do is, we used a tool called, I forgot the name of the tool, but essentially what you get is whole coverage in the repository, and then every PR must have a patch coverage, so coverage of the lines changed that is at least the coverage of the repository. So you start at a very low number, I don't know, 4%. Everyone can manage to write a test that covers at least 4% of the lines. And as you move along, you raise that number, right? But as you raise that number, you also learn how to write better and better tests. So this is a very fulfilling exercise then for the team. And you don't just say, okay, 80% test coverage on all files now from yesterday to tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's a great advice. There's one here that I'm super curious about your opinion. What's your opinion about mocking?
Was it as little as needed, as much, as little as possible, as much as needed, I'd say. So I personally try to mock only the really, really smallest parts of the system and not just, start mocking everything away. Because the issue is, if as soon as you mock everything, you're not testing anything anymore. And especially when it comes to integration tests, you don't need to mock so much. This is also something I learned, that you sometimes think that you need to mock a lot, but then you actually don't have to. Because it's like if you have for instance, I don't know, if you have a React or Vue or whatever application, use your Vue X state, use your Redux state, and just have everything run through that. Because this is how your app works. If you think it's too slow, well, maybe make your app faster, because your users will suffer the same issues.
And it's always contextual as well. There are some contexts where you might be depending on an external API. It might make sense to mock it. So I think you did a brilliant job on explaining it. So I would like to thank you, Philip, for the great talk and for answering all the questions. Thanks again for being here with us.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Bye. And don't forget to join Phil in his speakers room on spatial.chat. The link to join is in the timeline. And also don't forget to rate his talk on Slido with the code 1890. And now we'll have a 10 minutes break, and I'm not gonna come back after the break because I have many other stuff to do here. So it was great being with you all here, and I hope you have a good rest of the conference. Have a good one, bye.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Mabel is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Mabel can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. I hope you had a nice break, got yourself a drink, some food, whatever it is you needed to do, and now it's time to get straight back into it. So before we go to lightning talks, we're going to thank some more of our awesome sponsors. So we want to thank Microsoft for being a gold sponsor. I don't know what's going on there at the moment. They seem to just transitioned in the last few years. Absolutely incredible stuff. And their mission is to empower every person in every organization on the planet to achieve more by digital transformations and obviously the cloud and their intelligent edge. So head over to news.microsoft.com if you want to know more about what they're up to. Thank you very much. And then we have a gold sponsor, Mabel. So if you were here yesterday, or was it this morning? I cannot keep track of time. We saw some awesome insight into Mabel. Mabel is a low-code, intelligent test automation solution. Agile teams can use Mabel's SaaS platform for creating, executing, maintaining automated end-to-end tests that integrate directly into your development lifecycle. They're doing some awesome stuff there, so definitely go check them out if you haven't already. So we are going to go straight into our lightning talks. We have 5 lightning talks for you. They are nice, fast-paced, so hopefully we can get a lot of information coming your way. So we have Raina, who's going to be talking about visual regression testing with Puppeteer, Playwright, and Cypress. Emily talking about alley defects using unit and end-to-end tests. Excuse me. Valentin talking about end-to-end tests for APIs. And Simon, who is talking, who tests the test? What a great question. And Juarez, who is talking about Microsoft loves JavaScript. Richard loves JavaScript. Does he? Oh, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, let's look at the lightning talks.
Hello, and thank you very much for joining my talk. My name is Rainer Hanekamp. I am from Austria, and I'm a trainer and consultant at Angular Architects. So this means I spend most of my time with Angular. This talk is about visual regression. So this means that we will create automatically screenshots from our application, from our components, and we will match them against existing reference images. This is very similar to what we find with just snapshots, but whereas the snapshots are based on strings, visual regression uses real images. And as I said before, we are doing a lot of workshops, and every time that I'm introducing this topic, there are 2 different types of developers. The first type says, well, that's great, I always wanted to see how this works, this is exactly what I needed, and it is very most likely that they are working on UI libraries or that they have applications where a lot of time is invested into a very attractive design. The majority, though, says, well, I'm writing business applications, and most of my time I'm using form elements, I'm using grids, and I don't create them by myself. I use already an existing framework like Material, Bootstrap, or whatever. Why do I have to care about visual regression? If you're sharing this opinion, then just think what happens when you're entering a website and you see that the buttons are overloaded, overflown, or that the text is overflowing or something like that. Would you really trust this website? Would you really be ready to pay for some of their services? Very likely not. Why? Well, because the first impression was already a very bad one. You don't trust them. And as everywhere in life, the first impression really counts. And as it is, in applications, the visual part is always the first impression. So don't underestimate that, regardless what type of application you have. And this is how we are going to do it. I will show you how to do visual regression by using 3 different libraries, frameworks. I will start with just Puppeteer, then Playwright, and then Cypress. Let's start. Okay, so here we are. This is our application, and what we want to test is this holiday card here. And the first action is already that we don't create a screenshot of this URL, because it also contains the side menu here on the left side, the header, and if something changes there, then the test would throw an error, although the holiday card still looks nice. And because of that, we are using Storybook. Storybook is a library that allows us to extract components out of our application and to present or show them in an isolated way. And this is something that I have already done. So this is the Storybook instance. I can click through the different variations, and that's what I'm going to use for visual regression. Let's take a quick look into our code, how this can be done. So Storybook requires a default configuration. In my case, this is Angular. I need to define all the dependencies, and then I just create the so-called stories, which are the different variations. And for that, I'm used here a self-written factory method. So we will start with Puppeteer. Puppeteer is a library that allows you to remotely control a Chromium-based browser. This also allows you to make screenshots. And that's what we're going to combine here with Jest. You see here that I have already a Jest configuration that has a Just Puppeteer preset. So everything is already, or most things are already configured by this preset. And in our package.json, we have these two important dependencies. The one is, of course, Jest Puppeteer along with Puppeteer itself. And the second is Image Snapshot, which is able to do the matching of the two images. And that's everything that we need to do, except to write the test. I have already prepared the test here. This is how it would look like. This is a parameterized test because I'm trying all the variations that I have. I am using the global page object to open a URL, navigate to my Storybook instance, and once this is done, I am creating a screenshot from what I see or what Jest sees, and then I just call the matcher to match image snapshot. Let's run the test. And we see that since no screenshots are there yet, the Jest is creating new ones. And we find here this image snapshots directory. If we open it, we see the screenshots. And now let's try to change something and verify how it looks. So I'm in my CSS of my holiday card, and I'm changing this from font weight to normal, so from bold to normal. We will see if our test will show us the difference now. We see that a lot of tests failed. Let's verify how we can see this. And we find in the image snapshots a further subdirectory, a diff output, and that shows us on the left side the reference, on the right side the current one, and in the middle we see the difference. So the next thing is already Playwright. Very quick here. What do we require for Playwright, or what is it? Playwright is very similar to Puppeteer. It can be seen as a rewrite done by Microsoft. It comes with its own testing library, and it also supports visual regression out of the box. So we see here the dependency, there's just one package. We have a configuration. Here we can define multiple browsers. We also see here WebKit. So this is the test for Safari. And then we have the actual test. And as we see here, it looks more or less very similar to what we have seen before with Jest. Now let's run the test here as well. In contrast to Jest or Puppeteer, Playwright counts cases where we don't have a reference image yet as a failure, so that's why we see here everything red. When we run it the next time, it will only fail if there is a real difference. And of course, the images are also there, just need to open this directory, and you see here that everything's there. And now to Cypress. Cypress is a very popular end-to-end framework. What do we require? Cypress, of course, but also a Cypress plugin for snapshots. We need to add that snapshot in our support directory in the index, just import it. Also do the same in the plugins directory itself. You see it here. And you also want to update the Cypress JSON itself. There you need to add the configuration. What's left? Well, running the test, of course. How does it look like? We are opening the Storybook instance. We are then saying, well, I have the document and I want to match the snapshot from it. Let's try it out. So the test is now running. We see the screenshot. We see everything's fine. Let's check for the snapshot itself. It's part here of the image snapshots directory. No surprise. Looks very familiar. And that's it. So I hope that my talk was useful. Thank you very much, of course, for watching. My source code is available as well. Will be posted afterwards. And I'm already looking forward to the Q&A. See you then. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm going to show you some ways to catch accessibility defects during unit and end-to-end testing. First, a bit about myself. I'm Emily. I'm a developer in Toronto, and I currently work for a company named Narwhal. So this is how fixing accessibility bug feels like to me. Basically doing a lot of patch fixes. As a developer, accessibility bug is a type of bug I do not wish to be assigned to. In my past project, accessibility testing is usually done at the very end of the project. By the time I need to fix those bugs, the page is already built. It is very hard to make any structure change and move components around. This talk will show you some ways for developers to automate some accessibility testing while we're doing the development. I'm going to show you how I add accessibility testing to this simple website I've created. It is a search engine for Studio Ghibli. So Studio Ghibli is a Japanese animation company. This simple app would allow you to search any films and characters under this studio. So this is what this website looks like. You can search anything. For example, princess. If I enter princess here and search, you will show me any princess-related films. If I search, for example, Kiki here, you will show me films and the characters related to Kiki. I could click the film here and it show me the film detail. Quickly go through a tech stack. Front end is React. Monorepo tool is NX, which is built by my company Narwhal. NX is a powerful tool that will set up unit and end-to-end testing for you out of the box. So I highly recommend you to check it out. For unit testing, I'm going to use Jest and JustX. For end-to-end testing, I'm going to use Cypress and the Cypress X. For unit testing, I use Jest and the JustX. You can install the JustX and it's typing, use the command here. Now with the JustX installed, I need to set it up. I've added a setup file named just.setup.js here. And inside the just config file, I need to add a key setup file after environment and point to the just.setup.js here. Inside just.setup.js, this is what it looks like. It's very simple. You just have an import from just.x here. And it also extends Just's expect function to include to have no violations from JustX. Now the setup is done. I want to unit test the search form component on the top here. It's a really simple search form. It has a text field and a search submit button. Currently, you have a default test to check whether it renders successfully or not. Now I want to add unit test for the component to check whether it has any accessibility violation. Note I've imported from JustX on the top here. Then I add a unit test to check for accessibility violations. It renders the component here. And then it passes the container to the X from JustX library. You will expect the output here to have no violations. The unit test will be very simple. It has 2 lines here, and it's pretty easy to add. Now when I run the unit testing again, I will notice that the test failed, which is actually great. It means the tests are actually working. it will show the accessibility arrows in the console here. Developer could add a similar test to each component for the app. If all the components are accessible, the entire app are more likely to be accessible. It is good that will allow developers to add accessibility unit tests while just building the components. The components could be standalone and do not even need to be show up on the browser page. This will help to avoid accessibility bug at the component level. How about page level? I'm going to talk about end-to-end testing. It's going to use Cypress and the Cypress X. Here are the commands to install Cypress X. I have a Cypress test for the search page, which is basically entering text key in the search field, submit the search form, and make sure it redirects to the results page with the right query parameter. So this is what the Cypress test looks like. You enter the text field and redirects to the results page. To set up Cypress X testing, I need to add typings first. In the tsconfig file, under compile option types, I need to add Cypress X here. Also, in the support file, I add the import from Cypress X. Now I'm done with the Cypress X testing. I'm ready to add Cypress X test. In the before each statement, I need to add a line to inject X here. Then I simply add a test and just have one line. Check accessibility. Now I run the Cypress test again. Notice it failed. I have added a console log to output accessibility violations on the search page here. This will help test app on the page level and prevent accessibility-related regression bug. With all these tools, it will be easier for developers to avoid accessibility bugs during development rather than going through them when the entire app is built. This is the end of my presentation. Thanks for listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Valentin Kononov, and today my lightning talk is about end-to-end tests for API. How I did it, how it saved my nerves and hours, and so on and so forth. But still, just a little bit about myself. So I am a developer, mostly working with TypeScript and JavaScript these days, so with Node.js and especially with the backend. And on one of my last projects, we had a backend written in Nest.js, and we struggled a lot with testing it, especially when we need to change some functionality. So that's how we try to eventually move to end-to-end test. And here's what my talk about. At the moment, I'm working at a Unity company, and it's a lot about the fun and games and stuff, but I'm working in an advertisement department, so we have a lot of services and both front-end and backends, and of course we need to test them carefully. So straight to the point, we don't have too much time. So when we talk about the API testing, what do we usually mean? First of all, we need to test the data flow. So how the data flows through our services, what are DB queries, so what input, output, and data transformation. And in most cases, we just need to test that CRUD operations are work fine and the syndication work fine and all the endpoints are correct. And what we usually do to achieve that? Of course, in most cases, we have integration tests. And how does it work? Integration tests usually test the whole model, like the whole service. But service is not something which present by its own. So it's something which communicates with other modules, like a database or data repository or some authentication module, something else. So that's why to test it, we need to mock some dependencies. Yeah. And when we did that and the test is working fine, what we do next? We update the code, we make some new features, and what we need to do next? We need to update mock dependencies, so the test keeps working. And what else? Yes, we need to update mock dependencies once again, and again, and again, and again. So I really faced it. We had a really big, important, super mega critical test about some export process. And every time we changed the minor thing in the export code, we needed to completely rewrite the whole test. That was bad. So how usually the integration test could look like with all that mocks. So it actually the huge pile of different kind of mocking functions like you see in the slides. So sometimes we mock the whole module, sometimes we mock just one function. And of course, when something is changed in the function, especially in the last example here, like the update function was changed and its output was changed. Even the format of output, like it was an object, became like just one simple number. So we need to update the mock. And that actually sucks because we spend a lot of time just for supporting the tests. But it should be vice versa. So tests should save our time for the development. So is there any alternative? So how we can proceed so that the whole process would be easier for us as developers? And basically, my recipe for that was end-to-end test. We discussed with the team. Okay, we have Nest.js framework. It has a lot of testing capabilities. So why don't we use it for end-to-end test? And what is the end-to-end test for when we talk about the API? It's when you start up the whole API, like the whole node service in your testing environment, and you test it at point by endpoint. So in this slide, you can see how initialization of the Nest API could look like. So you see, you create testing module, you initialize it, you create Nest application, and then you should close it, and of course you can override anything you want. For example, Nest use so-called guards for authentication. Here we can override it, initialize and close in the very end when all the tests passed. And authentication guard mock is a pretty simple thing, which you just write once and use everywhere. It's really such simple stuff. And here is how the whole test would look like. So you literally request, you do a post or get request to some certain endpoint for some certain URL. And in this sample, because it's post, you can send some body like details. Okay, what kind of project data we should add. And you can expect, like here in the last line, you can expect some kind of code like it should return 2 or 1, so which means successfully created. And you can also do a get request and also form some URL, send request, expect some code, and they'll also expect some response and check that the response properties are correct. What do you mean? So the pros and cons. The pros, easy to fix, easy to modify, and you test the whole workflow. And as you see right here, the whole test is very readable. And it's also an additional source of documentation for your API. But of course, there are some cons and bad sides. So it can take time to write the initial version of this test because you need to, in some cases, you need to prepare the data. Of course, when you have just a crude API, you can use just only like get a post request to create data and to make sure it's created. But in some cases, you need to prepare the data in a database. And this minimal database should be run somewhere like in a continuous integration service. And just for you, we had a really special trick, really small, sometimes, in my experience, only once, but we needed to fake the date. So like I prepare some data and I should make sure that this data is created with this date now. And usually we did it like that. But in some code, we actually use the not just now function, but also constructor. And there is a little bit more comprehensive solution how to mock the date for both places, for now and for the constructor. So just to make a screenshot, it's a very useful trick. See you later. And here's the link for my slides, my website and my dog, which inspired me for all of that stuff. So as a summary, make test. It's really great thing when you do test. And end-to-end test makes the changes faster. And you can cover the whole workflow with the less mocks and be much more happier. See you guys.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm a software engineer working at InfoSupport. And today I want to talk to you about how mutation testing can help to improve the quality of your tests. But before we dive into mutation testing, I first want to talk a bit about code coverage. Code coverage is often used by developers as a means to measure the quality of their tests. In my eyes, it's a bad metric to measure this. The only thing code coverage actually tests is whether or not codes get executed. The reason I write unit tests is to verify that my code works right now and to make sure it will keep working in the future. And if something happens and my code behaves differently, I will get a failing test. And again, code coverage does not measure this. It only measures if your code gets executed. So how do we actually measure the quality of your tests? Well, that brings me to the topic of this talk, mutation testing. Mutation testing is a way to insert bugs into your source code to actually test if your tests can pick them up. How does this work? Well, a mutation testing framework will start off with your source code, which is all just happy and fine and nothing is wrong with it. Then it will make one small mutation to your source code. This will generate a mutant. For example, A plus B could be mutated into A minus B. This will result in a different outcome for your source code. And because your source code has changed, it should cause a failing test. So the mutation testing framework will run your tests, and it can have either one or two outcomes. Either the mutant has been detected because of a failing test. In that case, the mutant has been killed. Or none of your tests failed, and the mutant was able to survive. In mutation testing, we want to have killed mutants. So we want tests to actually fail because we have inserted a bug. In mutation testing framework will do that hundreds or thousands of times for your source code. And in the end, it will combine it all together and generate a nice report. So how does this mutating work in actual code? Well, here I have a small JavaScript function on the top to check if a customer is allowed to buy alcohol. This customer is allowed to buy alcohol in this country if the age is at least 18. And below I have a test for Professor X, who is age 96 and is thus allowed to buy alcohol. A mutation testing framework will look at the source code above and make a small change. In this case, the greater than equal sign will be changed into a less than sign, thus flipping the check around. If we make this change in our source code ourselves, the test will fail. Thus, the mutant has been killed. This proves that we have a test for this specific case, and this bug cannot be inserted into our code without us knowing it. We can also change it in another way. For example, we can change it into a greater than. We started with greater than equals, now it's greater than. Since we only have one test case for someone aged 96, all our tests pass, and the mutant has survived. We can also change the entire return statement and just simply always return true. In our case, it still passes and we have a surviving mutant. This is very simple code. Most of our code does not look like this, and most of our tests are also more complicated. So while someone looking at this code might be able to say, hey, obviously you're missing some test cases, in the production code that we're writing, it's often a lot more difficult. So what kind of mutations can you expect from mutation testing frameworks? Well, the definite list depends on the framework and the language that you're using, but in most cases, mutations like this are possible. For example, changing the plus sign into a minus sign, emptying strings, emptying arrays, flipping calculations around. You can do a lot of things as a very small change in your code. And only one of these changes will be active at a time to ensure we know which mutation is causing a test to fail. Well, mutation testing is available for a lot of different frameworks. Since we're at a JavaScript conference, I would recommend Striker.js as the framework to use for JavaScript and TypeScript, but it's available for pretty much every language that you know. If it's not on this list, simply Google it for your language and you will probably find something. So for Striker.js, I have a small demo. The demo application that we have is also available on our website. The link will be at the end of the slides with information how you can set this up yourself. I can start Striker from the command line, and it will start running our tests. Since the demo application is a small application, it's quite fast. If you have a large enterprise application, you will most likely notice that mutation testing is quite a bit slower than running your unit tests. because there are thousands of mutations being made, and each and every one of them has to be tested. So my laptop is starting up right now. It's running the mutation testing, and in about a second or two, it will actually be done. For our application, it had 12 source files to mutate, and it was able to generate 126 mutants. So it's done. We get a nice table here as an output, but we also have a HTML report. And if we look at this report, we can see that we have a mutation score. That's the amount of mutants that we were able to kill. The more mutants you killed, the higher your score. And just as with code coverage, you probably want a high score. In this case, we have a score of about 85% on our application. While if we look at code coverage for this application, we would have 100% code coverage. So if we only use code coverage as a metric, we will be fooled in thinking we tested this properly. Now, if we look at specific files, we can also look at specific mutations, for example, the age check here, and we notice that we have a equality operator that survived. To me, this indicates that we are missing a test because we were able to change the greater than sign into greater than equals. So with a report like this for your source code, you can actually figure out what kind of tests you are missing, or if you have any bugs in your tests. So to summarize, mutation testing, in my opinion, is a far better tool to measure the quality of your tests. I would highly recommend you to try it out. For JavaScript and TypeScript, I would recommend Striker. There's an example available on our website. If you have any questions, feel free to hit us up on Twitter at striker_mutator. And the slides are also on GitHub.
Hi, my name is Juarez Barbosa Jr., and I'm the Azure Developer Engagement Lead at Microsoft in Ireland. The JavaScript community is a vibrant, diverse, and inclusive one, and we love that we can help make TestJS happen and bring the community together in a unique online way this year. JavaScript is widely used and supported by many different teams at Microsoft. Moreover, several of our customers rely on our tools and platforms to their JavaScript codebase. As an example, we have built our support for Node.js in Visual Studio Code and Node.js on Azure. We are invested in Node.js for the long term, and we want to help the Node.js community grow. We are missing the opportunity to meet with Node.js developers in person this year, and we are putting all our energy into connecting virtually. Meanwhile, we invite you to check the technical resources we prepared for you, including our brand new portal for JavaScript developers, Azure for JavaScript and Node.js developers, free Node.js course at Microsoft Learn, our Node.js on Azure code samples, our ebook, Node.js with Azure, and of course, our Azure portal. That's it. Enjoy TestJS Summit.
Fantastic. Some incredible lightning talks there. It's such a great format to get short, rapid snippets of information. However, it can lead to overload, which leads to lots of questions. So let's bring in the lightning talk speakers. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? Give me a quick wave. Let's see a waving technique we've got. Hey, excellent.
Hello.
So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to try and fire through as many questions as we can. And I'm going to start with Rainer. So
yeah,
what we got here? We have when snapshot testing a component of a page in isolation, we will catch all the layout errors. And can we restrict the space? So basically, can you restrict the space that you compare on the image?
You mean if you want to just select a region out of the screenshot, something like this?
Yeah, an individual component or just a region is what they're asking.
Yeah,
and that's from Refat to Eric.
Yeah, so if you are doing a full page screenshot without component isolation, I would highly recommend that you don't take everything, but that you just cut out a little bit of it. That's definitely possible. Nevertheless, I would recommend that you try at least to come up with some kind of component isolation there so that you don't need to rely on cutting the images. It's just much better and gives you less headache, I would say.
Fantastic. And we'll stay with you just for one more from Julia. They have lots of visual tests, too many apparently.
Okay.
And that takes over an hour to run. Do you have any advice to reducing it? And then a quick follow on from that. What did you find was faster, Cypress, Puppeteer, or Playwright?
Okay, reducing the amount of testing size, that's a good question. I mean, in the end, if you say it takes so much time, then I would just recommend that you just take a look at it. You say, okay, what do you really require? And just remove the rest. I mean, of course, you can always increase hardware, throw hardware to the problem. That might makes sense. Nevertheless, if you say it's an hour or something, I don't really remember, then definitely you need to get things out if you can't increase the hardware. And regarding the performance, yeah, I need to guess. I mean, I didn't make any real experience in terms of difference. I mean, you can tweak all the tools, but I would suggest that maybe with Jest and Playwright, maybe you have the better options than with Cypress because you can parallelize them. But as I said, this is what I guess, an educated guess, but nothing more.
Someone needs to do that comparison and publish it. See what happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. I'm going to move over to Emily. Emily, what awesome topic. Ali, testing is close to my heart as well. I love testing it. I'm very bad at building it. But we've got a question for yourself. Is there any case where some accessibility defects weren't caught by the automation, and how do you look for those ones as well? And that came from yourself, well, from us.
Okay, so there are definitely some cases where some errors is not caught by automation. Like for example, if you build a table but you don't use any table tag or any row for table, you just use a whole bunch of div, any automation is not going to catch that. So you still need some manual accessibility testing at the end, and that's a case where it's not caught. So
excellent. And what kind of defects are these tools finding? Like, do they catch all accessibility defects, or are they just focused on a few areas?
I think they just focus on areas. For example, like color contrast or form, for example, you're missing like any labels or described by. However, there's still some defects not catch. Mainly relate to like if we want voiceover to read things in certain order, it's definitely not caught by like these automation tools.
Perfect. There's so many awesome things coming out in the Ali space. I think there's lots of great tools coming out there. I look forward to seeing more of what the JavaScript community builds. Let's move over to Valentin. Again, API testing incredibly increasing in popularity. I think just as more companies start to shift the way their products are built. How do you prepare databases or other dependencies for when you run these tests in your pipeline?
Usually we try to have all the scripts which creates a database, like the migration scripts one by one, and we run it every time when continuous integration hits the point when we need to create the database for testing. But then every test prepares their own data, what is needed. So we expect that every test would be able to run in parallel with other ones. So they prepare the data using some UUID so that the data would not interfere with each other. But it's a general practice to prepare the database every time. So you don't need to spend too much efforts to support some database in some environment at the appropriate stage.
Do you use the real, like, full database you have in production, or do you like have a one in memory, or is it the same?
No, we usually use a similar database, but maybe like if we use the Postgres in production, we also use the instance of Postgres of the same version in the continuous integration. But of course, it can be much, much smaller in terms of the capacity and performance.
Excellent. I'm going to move over to Simon. So Simon, me and you met at TestBash Netherlands quite a few years ago now. It must have been 4 years. Can you tell me what's happened to Striker in those last 4 years?
Oh, a lot. We focused a lot on accessibility to ensure that first-time users will get their configuration right the first time. We focused heavily on improving our Jest support because the majority of our users actually use Jest. And we did a lot of awesome performance stuff to make sure Striker works even faster for everyone.
Nice. And what's coming for Striker? What's in the pipeline? Because I know you're on the project as well, right?
Yeah, one great thing that I didn't show in the demo today is a new HTML report with a new div layout. In my demo, the div was shown next to the original code. And in the version that's coming out shortly, we actually have a Git-like div where you see your old code in red and your new code in green below. So that's really awesome, and it really helps to visualize changes that are made.
So no dev likes answering this question, but when is shortly?
I think it has already been merged to master.
Oh, exciting.
So I would expect it in the coming week.
Awesome. So we're going to ask Juarez. Nice to meet you, sir. So I'm a publicized disliker of JavaScript, so I'll never get a job at Microsoft. If I wanted to really start loving it, where should I start?
Well, I can speak on behalf of Microsoft. We have several great resources as part of our learning platform, Microsoft Learn. So I advise learners to have a look at the platform. All the courses, they are free ones. And of course, we are the ones who provided a VS Code as an IDE, with all the extensions for JavaScript and Node.js. That's a great one as well. Our GitHub repositories, they have plenty of examples. Perhaps talking a little bit about the tech stack, we have PWA Builder, which is a kind of opinionated stack that we have with best practices, production ready starters that you can use. We are supporting several open source projects as well. And not only that, with the new Open Web Docs initiative, a collective which is dedicated to sustainably supporting high quality, browser agnostic, community-driven web developer documentation, along with other companies like Mozilla, Google, and W3C, of course. So, of course, there are many resources, community wide, but Microsoft is doing the best thing that we can to actually support developers.
Fantastic. And what's your favorite thing about JavaScript, personally?
Well, I would say what I like concerning JavaScript is at the moment, that it has become a full-fledged application, So because I started as a developer 25 years ago, and some guys at that time, they would say, oh, JavaScript is lacking this and that, But nowadays, we have everything, functional programming, everything is there. So I can say that JavaScript now, you can use it not only for front-end development, but also you can build an end-to-end solution, mobile applications, backends, everything. So it's quite complete indeed. I would say it's a powerful language, and also the ecosystem is great. The community, tools, we have everything.
Excellent. And one final question, I believe we have time for Raina. Are there any tools that you know of that allow you to upload an image to compare against? So not taking a screenshot, like perhaps coming from a tool like design tool like Figma?
Not really. I mean, if you really need something, I mean, you can, I guess, always build it on your own. There are, of course, libraries out there that can manipulate or operate on images and that stuff. So that's always possible. Other than that, just need to look. I mean, what I forget to mention is there are, of course, a lot of cloud providers which support the visual regression as well. So maybe this is also something where we can take a look at.
Perfect. Thank you all so much. It's very hard to condense all the knowledge that I imagine every single one of you has into a short 5-minute lightning talk, but I think you all did a fantastic job. And thank you for being an awesome part of TestJS Summit. I will see you all soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do resonate with Richard. I enjoyed the talk so much, and I love lightning talks. I learned so much in past time, and after that I go and learn even more after. A quick reminder that we just opened up the unit versus integration test discussion room. Please join it in special chat, and you have the link in the timeline under the video you see right here, somewhere over there. You have a direct link for it. And another encouragement goes to tweeting about this event or using any social media, the hashtag TestJS Summit. And I was literally spending a couple of minutes there, checking the screenshots. I finally have a smiling face in the picture, not something, that people will laugh at me. I would say, really love the photos today over there. Let's learn a bit more about our sponsors. And the first one is StackHawks, one of the gold sponsors that we have. And StackHawks helps developers find security vulnerabilities in JS apps, including their APIs. Using their platform, you can run application security tests with every PR. Visit stackhawks.com to learn more. And second, another gold sponsor, SonarSource. And SonarSource provides static analysis solutions to enable developers and teams to deliver better, more secure code. Who doesn't want that? Their open source tools support JavaScript and over other 20 languages. I think it's time for a new talk. What do you think? And the next speaker is Steven Lambert, and he's the primary developer on Xcore. He enjoys working on an open source product that contributes to a more accessible web and love chasing down performance improvement. I think I'm half bought already. I mentioned yesterday that I'm super into accessibility and web, of course. So I'm definitely looking forward for his talk on configuring accessibility test, in which he considers an advanced session that will learn how to configure X and its integration to fine tune, how it runs, and how it checks your pages and code for accessibility violations. He did prepare also a question for you, and I invite you to take a look at it. Do you use any automated accessibility testing tools? If so, which? And you can choose from no, X, Wave, Accessibility Insights, Tenor, and others. I'm definitely looking curious to see how and which one you use them. I am also mostly recommending DevTools, but I'm definitely open to learn more from the talk. So let's hear it. You can always add your questions in the Discord under the pound talk-NQA, and I will take them at the end, and we will spend some time on the poll results too. Till then, let's virtual applause Steven and hear it out.
Hello, my name is Steven Lambert. I go by he, him pronouns. I am a tech lead and people manager at DQ Systems. I'm also the primary developer on Xcore, the accessibility testing library. In case anybody wants to get a hold of me later or connect, You can find me on Twitter using the handle @StephenKLambert. You can email me using steven@sklambert.com, or you can visit my website, stephenklambert.com, and contact me there. So before we dive into how to configure Axe, I first wanted to give a quick overview of what Axe is and how to use it in case anyone was unfamiliar. So Axe is an accessibility engine for automated web UI testing. What that means is that Axe runs a set of rules on a page or your code to test for accessibility problems. Here is an example of how you would use Axe on a web page. You would first load a script whose source points to the Axe core library. In this case, it's from unpkg.com/axe-core@latest/axe.js. That will load the main Axe core library onto your page. Once that's loaded, you can use a script of type module to await the axe.run results. Using those results, you can then log out the violations property, which will show you each rule that reporting a violation. Here is an example output of what that would look like. So the violations property is an array where each index of the array is an object. Those objects will list the rule name that failed, as well as things like the impact on the user and all nodes that failed the particular rule. So in this example, I'm showing that there is a landmark 1 main violation, a page has heading 1, and region rules are all failing. So where can you use Axe? Well, Axe has many integrations into various languages and frameworks. The main library is axe-core, and that can be used in the browser or node directly. We also provide a handful of integrations into the command line and popular testing frameworks. So on NPM, you can look at the @axe-core namespace, and there you can find the CLI integration, a Playwright, a Puppeteer, a React, a WebDriver IO, and a WebDriver JS integration. This year, we also released a new integration for VS Code, which is called Axe Linter, and it provides accessibility linting for your code that is consistent with Axe Core's rule engine. So what that means is that as you type, you will get linting suggestions for anything that we can detect. Lastly, we have other integrations, such as the Chrome and Firefox extensions. We also have integrations into Java and various Ruby libraries, but we won't be covering any of those for this presentation. We'll just be talking about JavaScript and Node compliant integrations. So now that we know what Axe is and how to use it, I want to talk about how to configure which rules Axe runs. So as I mentioned, Axe runs a set of rules that determine the accessibility problems on a page. By default, Axe will run all supported rules. Now, which rules are supported depends on which integration you are using. So for Axe Core and its various node integrations, you can find the supported rules by going to the Axe Core GitHub page. In there, we have a docs directory and the rule-descriptions.md file, which will list all supported rules. For Axe Linter, you can find the list of supported rules by going to the VS Code Axe Linter page. For Axe Core, there's about 91 supported rules that you can look at. And for Axe Linter, as I mentioned, it has only a subset of rules, has about 33 supported rules. So there are various ways that you can configure which rules Axe will run. For starters, you can disable a certain set of rules so that they won't run during a normal run. You could also specify a certain set of rules to only run, and you can also run rules that match a particular tag. Now, for this presentation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show an example of how to do this in only 3 integrations. So I'll show you how to do it in Axe Core. I'll show you how to do it in an example of a node integration like Puppeteer, and I will also show you how to do it in Axe Linter. So first, I want to talk about disabling rules. So let's say, as an example, that you wanted to disable two particular rules, the button name and label rules. Now, the button name rule ensures that every HTML button element has an accessible name, and that can be used either through having text content in the button, or that the button has an ARIA label, ARIA labeled by, or title attribute. The label rule does something similar, where that it ensures every input element has an accessible name, either through an associated label element, or using the ARIA label, ARIA labeled by, or title attribute. So for using this in Axe Core, what you would do is you would pass an options object to axe.run. The object takes a rules property, whose value is also an object. Each key of that object is the name of the rule that you want to disable. And then the value of that is an object who takes an enabled property and can pass either true or false. Now, true is the default behavior, and that means that the rule will run. Passing false will disable the rule, so the rule won't run. So in this example, we passed the button name and label rules, and we enabled false both of them. For a CLI and a test framework, so what you would do is you would initialize a new Axe Builder object. That allows you to chain a couple functions off of it. One of those functions you can chain is called disabled rules. And the disabled rules function allows you to pass a rule name or an array of rule names that you wish to disable. So in this case, we can pass an array of button name and label to disable both of those rules. And then lastly, you would chain the analyze function, and that would then run Axe on that page. For Axe Linter, we don't have an API you can use, so instead what you do is you configure it through a config file. The config file you can use is called axe-linter.yaml, and that file must be at the root of your project for Axe Linter to find it. Inside of that YAML file, you would set the rules key, which is a dictionary, and each key of that dictionary is then the rule name that you wish to disable, and the value is a true or false again, where true means run the rule, which is the default behavior, and false means disable the rule. So for this particular example, we pass button name and label and set them false in the YAML file. So that's how you would disable certain rules. And now to do the inverse, we want to run only a certain set of rules. So now let's say that instead of disabling button name and the label rules, you wanted to enable them and make them the only rules that run. So for Axe Core, we once again will pass an object to axe.run. That options object takes now the run only property, whose value is either a rule name or an array of rule names to run. So in this case, we would pass an array of button name and label, and then that will make Axe only run those two rules when it returns results. For the CLI and test frameworks, what you would do is you would initialize Axe Builder once again, and this time chain the function with rules. And the with rules function will take a single rule name or an array of rule names, and then only run those when you call analyze. For Axe Linter, unfortunately, we don't have a way for you to enable only a certain set of rules. So the only way that you can do this is you'll have to disable all other rules and then only enable the ones that you want. So Axe Linter has about 33 rules, so you would have to list all 33 rules, put false for 31 of them, and then true for just button name and label rules. Again, to find the list of supported rules, you can go to the VS Code Axe Linter extension page. So now we want to run only rules that match a particular tag. So what is a tag? First, tags are ways to categorize rules into groups. In most cases, they're used to group rules by their WCAG version and conformance level. So for example, the WCAG AA tag is used to group rules that pertain to WCAG 2.0 AA conformance. To see which rules are associated with which tags, you can go to the AXCOR's repo and look at the doc/rule-descriptions-md file once again. For a list of what tags are supported, you can go to AXCOR's GitHub repo, do the docs directory, and look at the api.md file. In there, we have linked a list of all supported tags. The quick rundown for those supported tags will usually be WCAG 2A, AA, and AAA, as well as WCAG 2.1, A, AA, and AAA. Now for AXLinter, again, they support only a subset of tags, which I believe are WCAG 2A and AA, and WCAG 2.1, A, and AA. So AXLinter does not currently support any AAA rules. For AXCOR to run only a certain set of rules, we once again will use the ax.run, passing an options object and using the run only property once again. But this time, instead of passing a set of rules, we will pass it a set of tag names. In this case, the WCAG 2AA and the WCAG 2A tags. Now, a thing to note about these tag names is that Ax will only run tags that match Ax will only run rules that match a specific tag. So, for example, let's say you wanted to run all WCAG 2AA conformance, which normally would mean that you've also fulfilled WCAG 2A conformance. But Ax will not run WCAG 2A rules if you only pass the WCAG 2AA tag. It has to be a one-to-one match. So if you wanted to run all rules to conform to WCAG 2A, you must pass the WCAG 2A and WCAG 2AA. Now for the test frameworks, you would again initialize Ax Builder and then use the chainable function with tags. And with tags takes a single or an array of tags. And then once called analyze, only those rules would run. For AXLinter, you would use the tags property, which is a list of tags to run, and then you would list whichever tags you wanted to run. Lastly, I wanted to talk about some of the various options that Ax allows you to pass when you run it. A list of all available options can be found on the AXCOR's API doc file. A note about run options. Run options are only supported in Ax and its integrations, and they are not really supported in AXLinter, with two exceptions. So a short list of run options. We've already talked about the run only and the rules properties. They have similar things in AXLinter, the run only being the rules or the tags properties. But we also support a few other things. So for example, we can support passing the result types property, and the result types lets you limit which results are shown. So either pass results, incomplete, or violations. You can also pass the iframes option, and that will tell Ax to run or not run within iframes. By default, an Ax integration will run in all iframes on the page. So for an example, let's say that we only wanted to have the violations result shown. So we would pass the result types object to ax.run, and then it's an array, and we would pass the violation string. And what this will do is when ax.runs, you will get back a list of all the rules still, but for those rules that didn't match the particular type, they will only show one node. So for any passes in this example, only one node will show a pass for that rule. What that allows you to do is it's useful for improving performance on very large pages or very complicated pages where you're only interested in a certain type of result. For the test frameworks, you would use the options chainable function to pass the list of options that way. And that is how you configure Ax. Thank you for coming to this presentation. If you want to get a hold of DQ, you can do so at any of these places. You can use their Twitter at DQ Systems. You can find them on GitHub at DQ Labs. You can also connect on LinkedIn at DQ-Systems-Inc. and also on YouTube at DQ Systems Inc. No dashes. Thank you.
Amazing talk, Steven. You definitely win me over by preaching about web and accessibility and showing us how easy sometimes might be, or easier, not necessarily easy for everyone, but easier. Thanks so much for that. And I'm really curious to see the results from the poll. Let's welcome Steven and debate a bit about it. What do you expect in these numbers, Steven?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I didn't hear you well, sorry.
I said, thanks for having me on.
Welcome, of course, it's our pleasure. What do you think about the results? 65% replied with no.
Not unexpected. Accessibility testing is hard to get started in a lot of enterprise type systems that don't have them already there.
Indeed, indeed. And I see a good chunk of people already using X or X. I was literally wondering to ask you how we pronounce it better at the beginning.
Yeah.
Or the accessibility insights and 0 for the rest. How do you feel about the 0 on the 2 other tools?
I don't maintain them, so they're all great tools. As long as they're using something.
Indeed, indeed. I agree that, I mean, it's not under you, but I am surprised that Wave has like 0. It's one of the most, how to say, mediatized or promoted tool, especially when you research how to test accessibility. That's why I am a bit surprised.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, then let's see how we do with questions. And I do have really a personal one, maybe, to tell you how was, what was the moment that triggered this accessibility passion, maybe, or exploration for your side?
That's a good question. Many years ago, when I was doing research on how to improve the user experience, I stumbled upon articles on accessibility, and it just kind of struck me as interesting. How to, never really heard about it before. And so just digging into it over the years, I've just gotten more and more interested into it and wanted to keep pursuing it forward.
Yeah, that's really nice. I was asking you this because in my case, like you, I was trying to learn it, but I wasn't necessarily driven by something specific. So I once could not choose a payment because of the color contrast. And then it was for me, I'm done. We need to preach this more. We need to teach people about it. And I even interviewed developers on how much time they invest creating all these in a more accessible form. And to my surprise, the common answer that I got, it was like, Ioana, it's just yet another library or just another tool that you use. Once you learn it, you just apply next time. It's not a cost at all the projects. And that is my preaching moment for the developers or managers that don't believe that they have time or money to budget to invest. And after that, for the users, I do mention all the benefits that even needing people will benefit from accessibility, because at the end of the day, we benefit from better web the same.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for joining me in this intriguing and curiosity that I had. Milad was asking, in your presentation, you configure X for text frameworks. Should we use X-Jest or X for right to left?
So the ones that Axe and the DQ systems maintain are all under the @axe-core npm namespace. So I believe Axe-Jest is not maintained by DQ, but if you are using Jest, and I believe it's using Axe under the hood still, it's probably still good to use. I can't say what its API will be though for how to configure Axe under the hood.
Okay, great. When using ESLint-plugin-js-accessibility in React, do you think it's necessary to also write the end-to-end test with Axe?
I guess it depends on how you're doing your testing. A lot of times when you're doing Axe tests, I've seen them done as unit testing. So you're testing the individual pieces, making sure they're all accessible. That works for a good set of the rules Axe runs, but there are rules that are more focused on how the whole page works together. So for example, we have a rule for heading order, which makes sure that you have your H1 through H6 tags in a correct order. And those can only really be run on a full page. So those are still probably good to use as an end-to-end testing them, just kind of catch your page level type accessibility issues.
Interesting. Axe and TypeScript. Is there a TypeScript API for Axe or typings at definitely typed?
Yes, all of our test framework integrations are written in TypeScript. Axe has a TypeScript definition file that you can use, but Axe itself is not written in TypeScript.
And Axe and suppressing warning. Is there a way to suppress warning? Because I don't want to fix it, or because it's just not possible, there are false positive reports.
If you do encounter false positives, we would love it if you reported it on the Axe Core GitHub issues page. We try to put very high priority on fixing false positives. In terms of ignoring warnings, there's currently not a way to do that unless you're using the Axe extension and you're paying for a license, in which case there is a way to ignore results that you don't care to see anymore.
Oh, indeed. And also one of the curiosities is how you introduce this accessibility testing in your company. A lot of curious people.
So at prior companies, being a developer, it wasn't too hard to introduce it on my own code. So you can kind of just sneak it in there, and then your code as a unit test is running Axe. In terms of trying to get that integrated, let's see, what was it? In the last Q&A session, someone was talking about, oh no, you were just mentioning it, yeah. Trying to convince them that, hey, we can do this. I've already done it. It's not hard. It's now kind of just free to bring into a unit test. So anytime you want to test your code, it's there. And then explaining all the benefits to users and really finding a user who struggles with the app or the web page and showing them trying to use it is a great way to kind of get people to recognize, hey, maybe we need to take this seriously.
Indeed, indeed. And one of the things that I use to show people that they are users, and probably so many other people, is the example with the plane from the World War II, when definitely you're looking at the wrong database of people. I miss how it's called now. I think something with bias. It's
survivorship bias.
Yeah, exactly. Survivor's bias, indeed. And people say, no, we don't have user. Of course, we never tried. Or what helped or triggered them very fast was to find a solution for their daily stuff that applies to them, but both for accessibility. An example, with real life sidewalks that need to have the ramp for disabled people, but are used for running too, bicycles, scooters, mothers with kids or parents with kids in trolleys. Again, a solution that helps everybody, is not necessarily dedicated to fix an accessibility issue.
Yeah.
That's cool. I would like to ask you, how is your experience with the developers tools? How you feel the checking that they do, if you tested with them, how you feel the checks done, the scan that are done automatically with developer tools scan? How do you think this brings awareness, how it's done, or is like you feel it's too little or enough to start if you try them?
Yeah, so accessibility tests, and at least automated accessibility tests, can only catch about 50 to 60% of accessibility errors, which introducing that on a slow bit is better than not catching any errors. So any accessibility testing is better than none. but you always then have to get a manual test, someone who understands the remaining 40% of errors to come and verify if you really want your page to be truly accessible and, you know, ADA compliant and all that.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I first started with these scans, and at least on Firefox, because I work with Mozilla, they will give you even a link to MDN and will explain all the levels with the that they have for different stuff, but they only cover as much as can be automated easily, like color contrast, links, of course, like navigation tabs. What else? Something, yeah, but like voiceovers were super hard to test on a mobile phone. How you test that accessibility stuff? And oh, another good example to show why accessibility is important is what I found for myself, is to have captions at videos on the phone, because you're gonna listen to something and maybe you're not having all the time headphones, or just, and it's easier to see text when you're like watching something, not to disturb anyone, or you're with a kid and you want to have. So those helped me too from the phone, and I found them by mistake, and after that I used them. Again, great win. What else, or which of these accessibility issues would you like to be more implemented or more known and thought with solution?
I guess the most common, there's a few common accessibility issues that if there was more awareness around them, you could solve. The most important thing a developer could do to help with accessibility is use semantic HTML. So there's the term called divitis or div soup, where we just make everything divs and then add on the functionality we need. And then doing that though makes it really easy to forget all the native benefits of accessibility that things like a button or a link already have on them. So just by using semantic HTML, you can cover a wide slew of accessibility problems and make sure those are fixed. Next to that, probably the next important issue would be making sure your web page is just usable by a keyboard alone. Try testing your page, go to your keyboard, press tab, make sure everything that is clickable can be tabbed to, that you can activate it with the enter or the space. Because most accessibility software or assistive technologies rely on a keyboard type of focus system. So you can cover a lot of problems as well by making sure that your page is keyboard accessible. So those two things are probably the most important starter points.
Indeed, I agree. And one question more about X. The focus seems to be on the blind, but there are any checks for motoric disabilities? The button must be big enough to be hit with shaky hands, for example?
So in terms of how to automate test something like that, it'd be the WCAG, which is kind of the definitive list of what makes things accessible for compliance. They have implemented a new version, WCAG 2.1, that introduced a new rule about what they call target spacing. So that says that any button or anything that's clickable needs to be a certain size, and that it needs to have a certain amount of padding around it. And that is probably the closest you could get to something like shaky hands or tremors in terms of making sure your page is accessible towards that. But there's not much you could do automated wise. That's probably more left to a manual tester to see if there's enough space around the area to make sure that if you're having tremors that you won't click on anything else accidentally.
Indeed. Oh, thanks so much for the answer. I really was interesting too, especially because in testing we always consider from a UX point that maybe someone will have a stronger finger or like just shaking one. Thanks so much for your amazing talk. I do invite everyone to join your chat room on spatial.chat and see you around. Also tweet your solution for accessibility. I'm curious to read it more. Don't forget to rate also the talk, and thanks so much again, Steven. Okie dokie, let's see what's next, Richard.
Fantastic. So we're entering the final straight, but there's still plenty of time to thank some sponsors. So we're going to thank one of our gold sponsors, Tundra. So you heard from them yesterday in one of the lightning talks, I believe it was. They are a software company and then they're looking, they have developers, QAs, testers who like to test, debug, and deliver modern microservices on the cloud. And they provide a shift-left observability approach for developers. So if you've not checked out their tooling, have a look, and also maybe have a look at some of their jobs. And also shout out to some of our silver sponsors, Stream, and again, the name just tickles me every time, and Bird Eats Bug. So if you've not checked them out before, go and have a look as well. And thank you for supporting TestJS Summit. So keeping up with the fast pace, we're going to move on to our next talk. Our next talk is by Gert. I'm going to try it, Gert Hengeveld, I think. He can correct me when he comes on later. But he is an engineer at Chromatic, the company behind Storybook, which is really odd because that was just coming up in the chat earlier, which is great. And he works closely with the Storybook team to envision and build the future of UI development and testing. But before we listen to Gert, we've got a question that he's provided to us. It's an awesome question. What's your primary way to test user interfaces? Unit tests, visual regression tests, end-to-end tests, or the good old manual QA? So I very much looking forward to the results of this. So while they come in, please make sure you post your questions in the talk-Q&A channel over on Discord. You can post them at any time throughout the talk, whenever inspiration hits. And please give Gert an awesome virtual round of applause. And let's roll the VT.
Hi, I'm Gert Hengeveld, a full-stack software engineer at Chromatic. Chromatic was founded by Storybook maintainers and provides a platform for visual regression testing and review on top of it. I work for my home in the Netherlands, and because Storybook is open source, a lot of my work is out there in the open. Of course, you can follow me on Twitter for the occasional update on UI development and best practices. Today, I'm excited to show you something I've been working on for the past couple of months. But first, let's cover the basics. These days, user interfaces are built using components. All modern frameworks provide a way to do component-driven development. Even server frameworks like Ruby on Rails now provide a way to build and use components. This makes sense because component-driven development brings a lot of benefits. You can work more efficiently because not every piece of UI has to be custom made. You can speed up development by parallelizing work across people and teams. And user interfaces become more durable as you put more thought into component APIs by working on them in isolation. Despite efforts by framework authors to lower the barrier to creating great user interfaces, testing them is still hard to do right. Testing against a running app can be slow and flaky, and reproducing an error is hard. Complex business logic means there's tons of scenarios and states to consider, which you can't possibly test manually, especially when your UI is in constant development. Existing test tools also leave a lot to be desired. If you think about it, it's silly how the status quo is to run unit tests with JS DOM, which is a totally different environment than the one your user interface will end up running in, or that you have to install a separate browser to run and debug your interaction tests. In case you're not familiar with Storybook yet, it's a tool to build UI components. It provides a clean room environment for your components so you can focus on the way they work and look in all of their states and variants. It works with all major front-end frameworks. Storybook is primarily built to run on your local machine, alongside your project code as you develop or test applications. But you can also upload a static version of it to share with colleagues or customers.
Storybook can be extended with hundreds of add-ons to integrate with design tools like Figma, or hook up components to a data source, render components like a colorblind person would see them, or generate component documentation. It's the single source of truth for UI components. When you work in Storybook, you'll be building components in isolation. Storybook provides a canvas on which it will render your component. In a typical workflow, you'll run your Storybook alongside your code editor. Storybook is all about cataloging component variants and categorizing components to form an organized, searchable component library. This will help everyone find the components they need, making it easier to reuse what's already there. Storybook is an open source project powered by a large community of contributors, and it's trusted by thousands of development teams around the world. It's used at companies like Shopify, GitHub, IBM, and the BBC. It's even popping up on people's resumes more and more. Storybook's main innovation is the concept of stories. Most UI components have more than one variation. A story is a piece of code that renders a component in one such variation. Think of things like loading states, error states, and functional states such as a toggle. But there's also edge cases like extreme values, overflowing content, or missing data. And finally, there's context-dependent variations such as whether a user is signed in or not, their language, whether they prefer a dark theme, or what their assigned variant is in an A/B test. And to make matters worse, there's also countless possible combinations. Certainly not something you want to test manually. Stories are defined using Component Story Format, or CSF for short. It's an open specification supported not just by Storybook, but by many other tools. This means you can write stories once and reuse them in various places. There's no API lock-in because you're simply writing vanilla JavaScript. You can totally use stories with Playwright or Cypress if you want. Now, let's dive into some code. Here's what a simple stories file for a badge component looks like. At the top, we import the component and define a metadata object. This is the default export. This object can be used to define things like the type of data this component needs, where it goes in the component hierarchy, specify default arguments, and wrap the component with a data provider. In this case, we only need to tell Storybook which component we're rendering, and we're also specifying a default label. The badge component has a small and a large variant, so we define two stories, small and large, which only differ in their size property. To write a story, really all it takes is a plain JavaScript object. Now that you know how to define stories, we can add interactions. Sometimes a component has variants which cannot be expressed by passing arguments alone. Maybe you can't or don't want to change the API of the component, or the component is nested inside of another component, such as a page. Either way, passing args may not be an option. A lot of people struggled with this. And that's why Storybook 6.4 introduces interactive stories. In Storybook 6.4, you can define a play function on your stories which runs immediately after your component renders. This allows you to create stories for complex components and pages. For example, you can simulate user behavior using the highly popular testing library. These interactions run in the browser, so you're actually able to see and inspect the result. There's even an ESLint plugin to help you write play functions without stepping into some common pitfalls. Beyond running interactive stories, we're also working on interaction testing. In the coming months, we'll release tools to make assertions in your play functions. The Interactions add-on will enable you to interactively debug your tests right there in your browser. The great thing about using Testing Library with Storybook is that it runs your regular browser, which means you can use the dev tools you know and love, and you won't need to install any extra software. Using the Node.js test runner, you'll be able to run the entire Storybook as a test suite, and when something fails, you get a URL with which to reproduce the error. Now, let's take a look at how this works in practice with some live coding. Alright, so I've set up a simple component for an account form with a storage file. And what I want to do now is write some stories for the filled state. So let's go ahead and do that. Export const filled, and it's just a plain object. It has a play function on it, which is always an asynchronous function. So what we want to do here is write some interactions against the running component in Storybook. In order to do that, we first need to get a hold of the canvas element so that we can target our selectors against that container. So that's passed on the story context that the play function receives, canvas element, and we can then use a utility from testing library to get a scoped selector. Import within from storybook/testing library. And now const canvas equals within that canvas element. Right, so let's save our file and see if we get a new story. So in Storybook, new story has appeared, but it doesn't do anything special yet. Right, we haven't done anything. So let's continue to write some interactions. To do that, we need user event from testing library. And we say await user event dot type, because we want to type into this input field, and well, now we need to provide an element. So how do we get a hold of that input box? Well, what's great is you can just use your browser's regular dev tools here to inspect element, right? And we can see that this input has a data test ID, which I can just copy and paste, get me that thing, and then say canvas get by test ID, not get all, just get that one, my test ID, email, and of course, provide a value, hello. Save my file, and boom, Storybook has instantly re-rendered my component, filled in the form, and also listed that thing in the interactions panel. Let's do the same thing for the password. Password, hello world, of course. Save my file, boom, we have two interactions here. We can actually hover over these things, click them to see what's going on at that particular step. You can step back and forth between interactions. So let's see what happens when I click that create account button. Boom, it errors, of course, right? I didn't actually fill in a valid email address and the password isn't long enough, right? So let's actually write a story for this particular state of my component, right? Because this is a totally valid state that people can encounter and we want to write a story for it. So export const invalid is a new story and it's going to take a play function, of course, and again an async function. And instead of repeating myself here, I'm just going to use the previous story play function. So I need to await that build.play, and the play function needs a story context. So that context I will pass along and save my file, and I should have a new story. Click it, boom, same thing, nothing's different, right? Same story. Now let's extend it. Again, I need a canvas. canvas element, and now I can do await user event .click, because I want to click that button to trigger the invalid state. Canvas get by role button. Save my file, see what happens. Boom, it errored. Well, it found multiple buttons on the page because, of course, there's also a reset button here. So we need to specify exactly which one we want. Save, and boom, it works. So now we have a story for this invalid state. Let's take a closer look here. There's this error message, and it has this tooltip. Let's extend this particular story to also show the tooltip on hover. We can totally do that using user event. User event dot hover. And now I don't know again which which element I need. So inspect element, and there's a test ID on it. Copy it and do canvas get by test ID. Pass it in, save my file, and it errored. Well, what's going on here? So this is a particular issue with writing tests for interactive elements, especially if they have any asynchronous process in there. In this case, asynchronous form validation. So after clicking the button, it takes a very short while for that error message to appear. And so I need to use a different query here, different type of query. And luckily, user event provides, or actually testing library provides a different selector to do that. Find by test ID, which is an asynchronous thing, so we need to await it. Save the file, and now it works. So you'll see the story is updated, and it has actually open that tooltip, which means the hover worked. Right, now let's go ahead and actually write a story for the submitted state, right? So what I'm gonna do is export const submitted, new story. And I'm just gonna copy the play function from the first one and correct my mistakes. Great, I'm also gonna submit, click the button, save it, have a new story, and boom. As soon as I open it, it submitted the form and it's done, right? What we actually want to do now is verify that it worked, right? That don't just end at the button click, verify that it worked using a test. And to do that, we are going to use expect from jest. So I'm gonna import that, import expect from storybook jest. Again, we need the storybook wrapper for jest here because that is an instrumented version that will work with the interactions add-on. So what we can assert here is the fact that an action was triggered, because what happens when the button gets clicked, this unsubmit handler gets invoked, and that's something that we can assert on using expect. So await expect, and then we can assert on the args, and args are passed along to the play function. So I'm going to say args.onSubmit to have been called. Save my file and let's see what happens. It hasn't been called. Again, this is because there's some asynchronous validation in place, right? So before the unsubmit handler is called, it takes a little while. In this case, we can fix that using the wait for utility in the testing library. Wait for, which takes a function, a callback function actually. And now I save my file, and now it works. All right, let's recap what we've seen. A play function is just a property on your storybook. and it allows you to run interactions and make assertions against your component. In order to use the interactions add-on, you'll have to use the Storybook wrappers for jest and testing library. This code really doesn't deviate much from the way you may already be using testing library or a similar tool. We've designed it to stand on the shoulders of giants while bringing more power and better user experience. By now, you may be wondering how we pull this off. It may feel like magic, but really, we're doing runtime introspection and interception. Since we build on top of testing library and jest, these libraries are instrumented to work with the interactions add-on. At runtime, method invocations are tracked and sent to the add-on panel to show a log of interactions. Then, when you're stepping back and forth with the debugger, rather than invoking the library method, it returns a promise, which won't resolve until you hit next. Finally, to prematurely break out of the play function, we throw exceptions which are silently ignored by Storybook. That may sound like a bad thing, but it is the trick to make it all work. So, how does this integrate with CI? For that, we'll be releasing a Node.js test runner that runs all play functions in your Storybook using a headless browser. And when something breaks, you can review failures in your regular browser or send a report to other tools. In a way, stories have always been like tests in Storybook. With the interactions add-on, we're only taking it to the next level, and we're just getting started. Thanks for listening, and please follow me on Twitter if you'd like to get updates on this. If you have any questions, please come find me in my Q&A session.
Thank you so much for that, Gert. It's a talk that I am definitely going to have to watch back because I didn't get a chance to digest enough of it as I would like. And Storybook is a thing that just keeps coming at me left, right, and center, and I don't get a chance to look at it enough. So, Gert, I'm going to welcome you onto the stage and let's have a look at the results from your poll. Fascinating question. End-to-end test 64%. What do you think about that?
Oh, well, first, thanks for having me, and really excited to do this. To be honest, I'm not super surprised with the poll results because let's be honest, TestJS Summit is of course quite a particular audience. So I suspect a lot of these folks are actually using Cypress to do their testing. Because frankly, that is the big player, right? And that's what has been that's super popular, and I totally get that. So it's not really surprising that we obviously drew a lot of inspiration from what they've been doing. And of course, we have a ton of respect for all what they've done. And we are trying to bring that, of course, or part of that into the Storybook universe. And of course, Storybook universe has, you mentioned it, right? It's really growing very fast and super popular, used by thousands of companies around the globe, and all very happy about it. So we are trying to add something into this mix here. That's why, I wanted to ask this poll question: is what's the way to test user interface? How do people do it right now? The reason I'm interested in that is, of course, we are trying to offer a new and additional way to do that, which is kind of on the edge between end-to-end testing and unit testing. And of course, we also would love to eliminate that manual QA for a lot of folks, because I also imagine that a lot of people are kind of on the brink of they would love to start doing automated testing, but are still stuck with manual QA because certain things are hard to test, or it's a big investment and such, right? So
I think certain things you can only test humanly or manually. But I think the fascinating thing I found here is you weren't very specific with your question, right? So all the answers are correct, but there's certain different types of risks. So functionally, Selenium and Cypress might be helping you. but like obviously it's not what the human sees. So therefore, visual regression, manual QA, they're going to help. So I thought it was a great question. I thought a great poll and awesome results. But let's actually have some questions from the audience for you, because it's always puts the speaker on the spot. This is where we find out, what does Gert know? So, got a question from Refactor Eric. What browsers are supported with Storybook interactive stories and interaction testing?
Great question. I think pretty much all of them, as long as they run Storybook, which may or may not include Internet Explorer. I haven't tested it, to be honest. I suspect it won't really work. Storybook officially still supports Internet Explorer in a particular configuration, but we are moving away from that, of course. But we, of course, are supporting pretty much all the other evergreen browsers, cool. Right? Yeah, and that's there to stay, because it just runs in your browser, and we intend to support all the major vendors. Yeah.
Perfect. Do you have stats? Does anyone still go to the Internet Explorer for your websites? Does anyone?
Well, we don't, but we know of other people that do. So, I mean, I work for Chromatic, right? And we offer Internet Explorer as one of the browser options for our customers to use for testing. And still, a lot of customers actually do that. So there is still value there for that.
If that, yeah, like that's the right value there. That's the right value. That's the right word. For certain people, there's still value in IE. It's still there. It still exists. But hopefully, it's on it. It's
maybe we should just stop talking about it, right? I feel bad for even mentioning it, right?
Sure. So another question by Jay Monroe. Storybook is great for individual components, and are there any add-ons to test the components when you combine them? So basically trying to test like a page as a whole, something like a whole Figma design.
So sure, yeah. I mean, there's a ton of add-ons in the ecosystem. And one thing that we are really focusing on right now is making it easier and better to build components or stories, actually, that compose entire pages and screens or wizards and whatnot, entire apps, actually. So Storybook is mostly known for building like bespoke UI components that you would find in like a component library or a design system.
Yep.
So that's what it's well known for. But the really big value is also when you start to use it for app development, where you build your entire web app in Storybook. In fact, Chromatic itself is a very complicated web app, very complex system. It is completely built in Storybook. And to refer back to our poll question, we at Chromatic, we rely on visual regression testing for 90% of our testing, at least for the front end of the system. Right, back end, we have like unit tests, etc. But front end is pretty much visual regression testing, and that covers pretty much everything that we need. Of course, we have some end-to-end tests just to verify, like as a smoke test, to make sure that the thing is not down, right? That it even works at all.
Yep.
But 90% is visual regression testing in our situation. Of course, like dog fooding, of course, but
well, like you said about the smoke testing, just making sure all the dots are connected.
Yeah.
So, individually you're testing the dots, and now you're interested in the whole flow end to end.
To give a concrete answer on the question, which add-ons, mock service worker is the one that comes to mind because it allows you to mock HTTP requests. So if you build an entire page, that page is undoubtedly going to do some HTTP requests to fetch some data to feed it, right? So mock service worker allows you to intercept that request. You don't have to change the code of your app to make this happen, because it lives in your browser and it intercepts the actual HTTP request that your app is doing, and you return mock data so that it is always stable, super fast, no flake, and that's the way that you would like build a story for a complex page in Storybook.
Fantastic. So Refactor Eric, you had a question about that. Hopefully let us know if that answers your question. I won't ask it because I think it does. Julia Bond's got a question. What tests should it replace? They reckon only unit testings, they think, but what do you think, Gert?
Well, I would actually say, depending on the way that you do your unit tests, maybe. But I would say it is a combination. It's really on the border between your unit test and your end-to-end test. So a lot of stuff that you would maybe write a Cypress test for to test like certain flow in your UI, you can write interaction tests in Storybook for that. And unit test, of course, as well. So a lot of people write their unit tests in Jest with testing library, for example, to test a specific UI component, like the internal state of a UI component. That is, of course, also something that you could or would do in Storybook. So as you develop the UI component, you write a story for it. You were hopefully already doing that. The only thing now is you're adding display function to add some assertions, the assertions that otherwise would go into a separate test file. And now you just no longer need to write that test file. You put them directly in your story file, and you get a lot of those benefits, the same benefits really, at less cost even.
Fantastic. Question from ourselves. Can I use Storybook interactions with something other than testing library?
Yeah. So the thing is that we are focusing for now on testing library because we've asked around in the community and worked with big companies and asked them, what tools do you use? And testing library really is the dominant player in unit testing your UI components, but they go into allowing to write interaction tests in a unit test. So that it was really natural for us to choose them as the primary targets for the integration. However, we've set it up in a generic way so that any library that might be useful here can be instrumented, as we call it, to work with Storybook, with the add-on interactions. So as an example, while I was doing prototyping this stuff, I built an integration for Chai, which is in a different kind of assertion library, just for the heck of it, to see if it works, right? And there's another system by some folks from a company called Frontside that are doing building a library called Interactors, and we are actually working with them to also create an integration with that library. So we are starting off with testing library and Jest expect, or just Jest, because those are the dominant players right now. But this is an ecosystem that is only going to grow, and of course we have designed this system in such a way that it is easy to integrate with other libraries as well. Yeah.
So just to wrap up then, so you mentioned it's going to grow, and I mentioned at the start that I keep hearing Storybook left, right, and center. What does that growth look like? How are you feeling that growth is going to be?
How that growth is going to be? Yeah,
well, how big a thing do you think it's going to become, and what's this kind of growth you're seeing?
The thing is that there is still a huge pond to fish in, so to say. The thing is that, like I mentioned, design systems is where it's at right now, but app developers is still a huge pond that we've only tapped into a little bit. So that is what we are, where the major growth is going to be, and that's what we are focusing on right now. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I think you've given us plenty of insight, and hopefully the developer and tester audience from here will be definitely keen to check out what's coming and what's following. If we want to stay updated with yourself, are you on social media anywhere? Can we keep track of yourself? Do you keep updates about this?
Yeah, of course. In my talk, I mentioned it. Schea Hengeveld is my Twitter handle. So it's my first letter and last name. Come find me.
Fantastic.
Follow me.
Excellent. Thank you so much for you taking the time to come and talk to us and share your insights. And hopefully see you again soon.
Thanks.
So we're very keen to hear what you thought of Gert's talk as well. So please head over to Slido and answer the poll. Let us know what you thought about Gert's talk. And now back over to Iona.
Oh yeah, I think it's a good time to learn more about the media partners. And one of them, Code Stacker, creates tutorials about web development, including coding languages such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Python, and PHP. Moving on to the next talk, I am very happy to have with me Tamar Twena Stern. And again, apologize if I misspell it or something. We are here to learn, and I'm really, really keen to hear how she pronounces it correctly. And she's a software developer, manager, and architect. She has a decade in software engineering experience in various technologies: server-side, big data, mobile, web technologies, and security. I think it's really, really a good mix that covers pretty much the whole industry. Her talk is about effective performance testing to your server with AutoCannon. In the talk, she will introduce AutoCannon, explain how to efficiently analyze your server performance with it, and show how it helped her to understand complicated performance issues with the servers she had at Node.js. Before the talk, we do want to take the question that she already sent us to us, and please go to Slido and answer to, have you done performance testing before? Yes and no, simple, and I'm really curious to see how many of you already done it. We will invite Tamar to tell us more about this, and I do want to remind you before that we take questions in Discord under the channel with the talk-Q&A, and at the end, I will vocalize them for Tamar. In the same time, we will discuss then the results of the poll. Till then, virtually applauding and introducing again on the stage, Tamar.
I'm very happy that you have come to my session about performance testing with AutoCannon. But first, before we will really go into some technical stuff, I would like to introduce myself. So I am Tamar. I'm writing code for a lot of years, and it's my passion to write code. In addition to that, I was managing large development groups, and I was working as an architect in several places. Currently, I lead the backend development in a startup called XM Cyber. It's a really cool startup. What we're doing is we're imitating the activity of a hacker in a computer network. In addition to that, well, I'm an expert in Node.js. And my interest in Node.js had started when I founded my own startup and I wrote my entire backend with Node.js. At that point, I really fell in love with that technology, and I started to investigate it and start to understand the deeper parts of it. And from that point, I was really focusing on that technology, and it's definitely my favorite. You can follow me on Twitter, and you can find previous lectures of mine in YouTube. In addition to that, I have 3 kids. I'm a professional violin player as well, and I'm a community leader in JavaScript Israel community. We organize really cool lines of meetups. So if you happen to be around, and in Israel, and you encounter a meetup of JavaScript Israel, then it's really nice to be there. It's recommended. Okay, so now let's go into the technical part of the lecture. And I would like to talk a little bit about the mystery of performance testing. Why do I call it mystery? Because let's say that at the first time that I did performance testing, I felt like I was climbing on a mountain. Well, it was very, very hard. and confusing. So why it was very hard and confusing? Because I had so many questions, because everybody was talking a lot about a lot of terminology that I did not understand. So to which terminology I mean? Well, when you're doing performance testing, you're talking about a lot of terms and a lot of measurements that you're not familiar with. And at least for me, at the beginning, left me a little bit confused. So first of all, the throughput of the server. So how do you measure this throughput of the server? What does that mean? I mean, I can simulate a lot of scenarios in a lot of ways. So what is the best way to what is the best way to measure the throughput of the server? In addition to that, concurrent users. Concurrent users, how would that affect my scale? What is it? I mean, what is it, concurrent users? What does that mean? What is that measurement? How to simulate that? What is the difference between that and between HTTP pipeline? Another thing that is very common when you're talking about performance testing and talking about benchmarking is the 99th percentile. What is the 99th percentile? Why it's very important? Because sometimes when I measure and when people measure, we're looking at the 99th percentile much more than what we're looking at the average. So why the 99th percentile is so important? And the last thing is the average response time, or the response time. So the response time, how you measure it, whether you have to look at the average or the 99th percentile. There's also the standard deviation of the benchmark that needs to be taken into account. So all of those, when you first encountered them, left me very confused. And, I had to understand exactly what I'm doing in order to understand how to simulate my server in order for it to, the test means something and really improve my performance. So let's explain a little bit about all those terms and just a little bit in a high level to get you in order to all of this. So first of all, of course, the main goal for performance testing is to understand how much load our server can handle. Usually you're working with one Docker container, to my opinion, in performance testing, and then you're simulating HTTP requests to that one Docker in order to understand what throughput this one Docker can handle. And if this one container can handle 100 concurrent requests, when you duplicate it and you create another instance of it, you create another replica, then you're able to handle 200 requests, etc. If you create 3 replicas and 300 requests. But it's really important to understand how much load one Docker container actually can handle. So important question that was needed to ask. So what is the 99th percentile of our response time? And what is the throughput? How many concurrent requests can we handle on average? I mean, those are very important questions. And why those questions are important? First of all, the 99th percentile of the response time. And in performance testing, it's really important to look at the 99th percentile. And the question is why it is important to talk and look about the 99th percentile. Why the 99th percentile is so important. So imagine that you have a commitment for a third party, meaning that somebody is using your system and you're telling them, listen, my requests are always faster than, let's say, 3 seconds. If you would go on the average, then, it's not a data that you can rely on. And why it's not something that you can rely on? Because you have standard deviation. Usually, most of your instances are not around the average. You can have like instances that are far from the average. And in that case, it is better to look at the 99th percentile, because that means if it's 3 seconds, it means that 99% of my requests were faster than 3 seconds, and only one request, only 1% was slower than 3 seconds. Yeah, this is why. And then you're very sure to give a commitment. You feel confident in that commitment to a third party to say, hey, yeah, this is something that I can rely on. My requests are faster than 3 seconds because my 99th percentile is 3 seconds. So this is why this is important. Another thing, and this is, I think, the most valuable measurement in order to understand the throughput of your server, is the average concurrent requests. What is the amount of concurrent requests that can be run simultaneously? Here we're looking at the average and not on like the 99th percentile, because in some cases, or most of the cases, the 99 percentiles represent a peak. Because when you have a peak, then your server can like have more. And the maximum concurrent request is like your throughput during the peak. But that is also a really important measurement. All right, so after we're speaking about all of that, let's speak about AutoCannon and how AutoCannon is getting it in the picture. So you need to have like a tool that can simulate requests. I'm talking about sending a lot of requests simultaneously. So you need something that will help you send those requests simultaneously. You need to control the amount of concurrent users. You would like to control the runtime. I mean, you want the tool to be run for 15 minutes or 30 minutes for a period of time. And that is how AutoCannon is getting into the picture as a really good tool to simulate performance testing and do benchmarking. So what is AutoCannon? So AutoCannon is a tool for performance testing and a tool for benchmarking. It is written in Node.js, which is really cool, like that it's written in the language. And it's supporting HTTP pipelining for HTTP. It's supporting HTTPS. It supports concurrent connections. But yeah, I'm talking about HTTP pipelines and I'm talking about concurrent connections. And you know what? Let's talk about what are HTTP pipelines and what are concurrent connections and what is the difference between them. So HTTP pipelining, meaning that I'm sending, well, the diagram is in the left side of the of this screen. HTTP pipeline, meaning that I'm sending 3 requests, and I don't have to wait like for the first one to return and then send the second one, but I'm sending them simultaneously. I'm sending them without waiting for the response. So here in the left side of the picture, I'm sending 3 requests without waiting for response. Then on the right side, we have concurrent connections. Well, what does it mean? It means that we have a socket open from the client to server, and you have requests on that socket, but that is a simulation, a good simulation of users, for example, approaching your website. Because if you have like 1,000 users approaching to your website, you have 1,000 concurrent connections. So that is what I can say. How do you install the AutoCannon itself? First of all, if you want to install it in the command line and use it from the command line, I specifically really like to use it from the command line. You can do npm install AutoCannon and then install it globally with -g. And then you would have like the command line tool of the AutoCannon. If you want to use this API from your JavaScript code, Then you can do, it's like installing a library for a JavaScript project that you write. For example, for Node.js, you do -- save in order for that like library Notion to be part of your package.json. So you can definitely do npm install the canon -- save. By the way, to my opinion, I think that you need to install it with save dev and not with save because it's development tool. But now, after we spoke about it, I would like to show you a cool demo about testing a server with AutoCannon, and then we will show the improved version of the server and try to compare some results. All right then. Cool. So let's look at this nice server code. Okay. So this is a server code that we have. And I hope that you're all familiar with Express. Express is a library. It's an extremely popular library for hosting and publishing HTTP APIs for your servers. The syntax is really clear. Here you're requiring Express. You're exposing it on specific port. On my case, 3000. Here you're exposing a route. This is called an express route. I'm exposing one simple route of get with a slash. It would be an HTTP get. What this route is doing, well, you have a hash function here. This is hashing a password. I gave it like a password, which is a constant here, random password, as you can see. But, well, when you enter here, you have this function. It was doing an algorithm in cryptography. It's generating a hash to this string that I has transferred to it using a salt, a random salt. This algorithm is what's called CPU intensive, but worse than that, it's synchronous. If you're looking at here, I'm using it in a synchronous API of Node.js. There is no callback promises or anything like that here, which means that it would be executed inside the event loop itself. And it would cause like a freeze in my code. So let's try to test this server a little bit with AutoCannon and test the results. All right then, so this is the command line. And I think the instance of the server is here. Let's take it down and let's run it. Yeah, here it is, up and running. Server is up on 3000. And then let's do AutoCannon. Which parameters I give it? C, it's the number of concurrent connections. D, as you can see, is the duration, and W is the workers. So right now I don't want to give it workers. I would like it to work with -C, -D. Let's hit enter. Now let's count till 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, cool, we have the results. Okay, let's see what we have here. So first of all, let's look about the latency. Here's the latency of that run, meaning the response time. So the 99th percentile is 1.5 seconds, meaning that 99% of my requests were faster than 1.5 seconds, and 1% was slower than 1.5 seconds. As you can see, the average was close to 800 milliseconds, and the standard deviation is 180 milliseconds. The maximum request is around 1.5 seconds. So this is the data that we have here. Let's remember it. 1.5 is the 99th percentile. Then we're looking at how many requests per second. So we can see that on average, we were handling 12 requests per second. But at most, we were handling 13 requests per second. We never handled less than 10 requests per second. So as we can see, our server, our NAS server can handle 10 requests per second. Now, after doing that, let's stop this server and let's see the other server that I wanted to show you. All right, so sorry, let's go to VS Code. I didn't want to go back to my presentation, but yeah, you can see here, this is the second server. This is also implemented in Express, a simple Express server, very simple, and it exposed the same API, but here we are working with the asynchronous API. As you can see, it's right here. So how do you know that it's asynchronous? Here there is a callback that is being transferred and resolving it, meaning that this is not a synchronous operation anymore, but asynchronous, and is transferred to the event loop. I'm sorry, it's transferred to the worker thread and is not blocking my event loop. So this is what we can say about that operation. So now, after we've seen that, let's go to the command line and, well, first of all, let's find the server that we had. Sorry about that. And as we said, this is the server. Now I'm running the asynchronous version of the server that should be more efficient. And let's look at the results now. Okay, we're running it for 10 seconds. Remember? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, let's see what's going on here. First of all, the 99th percentile is 1.4 seconds, which is much better than what we have in almost 100 milliseconds. So it's better. The next thing is the average, which is close to 700 milliseconds. And if you remember, the previous average was around 700 milliseconds, which is good. Then let's look at how many responses we can handle. So the average, if you remember, was around 12 requests per second. So the average went up to 14 requests per second. And the 99th percentile is 20 requests per second, meaning that in peak, we can handle 20 requests simultaneously, which is in contrast to the last run that, like, the 97th percentile was 14 requests per second. So yeah, we can see that all of the measurements has been improved, which is good. But this is like a standard run of AutoCannon, and this is how I can see the results and I can analyze them. And this is a process of, well, here I had a server and I knew what was the problem in advance, but you can do this process and change your server and then rerun it and run AutoCannon and look at those measurements, like basic measurements, and see whether there are improvements. All right, cool. So now let's go back to our presentation, to my presentation, and let's continue AutoCannon. One thing that I would like to say about AutoCannon, which is pretty cool, which is, well, AutoCannon actually uses worker threads. I hope that you're familiar with worker threads. It's a cool module that is implemented in, it started in Node 10. Right now it's implemented in, it's become non-experimental in Node 12. And it's enable us to run several events loop in parallel. And, well, this module is, well, it is used here in AutoCannon, which is really cool. So if you want to work with several workers, you're able to do that with a flag of -W. All right, so let's start integrating AutoCannon with our JavaScript code. First of all, the basic example. So my main goal is to, like, write testing tools, cool testing tools that can help me test my application. So here is a basic example. We're getting an instance of AutoCannon, and then look what we're doing. We're just starting the run. At the end of the run, we're printing it. Here I have 10 concurrent connections. I don't do HTTP pipelining, meaning that it works in a way that he send a request and wait for a response before he would send another request. And the duration here is 10 seconds. And this is how you can simulate. Another example with async await. Well, most of us are working with async await in like modern code of Node.js. Here, async await, you're creating an instance and you're waiting for it to finish their run, and then you print the results. Another nice thing that you can do in your code with AutoCannon is it has an API of client events, meaning that you can receive an event and do something with it. For example, every time that you receive a specific response, you can handle it in which way that you want, which can be useful. So this is another API that it's really nice to explore. And the last thing, well, usually when you want to do performance testing, you don't want to send the same request all the time. You would like to have variety of requests. And here is where the feature of AutoCannon with requests help us in coming into an action. So here you can see in the example, we have two requests. The first one is a post request. And what we're doing here is we're posting a product, and then we're getting the ID at the response that the server has generated for us. And then for that product, we are posting a catalog in the second request. So in the first request, this is the flow, we're posting an ID. We're posting a product. The server is generating an ID. And then on the second request, we can take the ID and post more data for it. So this is a flow that can give you variety and flow and multiple requests. And this is more close to simulate like real life scenarios. This is more close to that. All right, so we are really close to the end. So just like really small tips for testing production scenarios. First of all, a thing that, at the beginning I wasn't aware of, and when I become aware of, it has improved my performance testing very much. You have to make sure that the data that you're testing on is similar to what you have in production. Meaning that, if a collection in a specific size, make sure that your mock data that you're testing with it is also in the same size. That fields in production are identical to fields that happened in your database, that appear in your database. And look at your production flows and try to mock them as much as you can. That was it. I hope that my lecture gave you some knowledge about performance testing, and I hope that AutoCannon, you would explore it a little bit in order to try to write your own performance testing tests. So that was me. That's my Twitter handle. And thank you very much for listening.
Oh, wow. That was an interesting one. I have to learn a lot from it because I was definitely not familiar with it. And I'm super happy that Tamar walk us through about it and had the demo on and everything. I'm also curious what you replied to the poll, and I'm going to invite Tamar and debate about the results. Welcome.
All right, so I see that a lot of people have done performance testing, even like
I
most
think we are on a majority, slightly close, but still we're on a good path. They do it. Would you expect these results?
Actually, no. I thought that like most of the people don't do it, but it's good to know that like most of the people are getting professional in this area. It's a hard one.
Oh, definitely, and it's very important. I think, especially that we moved online with so many devices, and we had so many issues with the performance all the time, right?
Yeah, also like there's a lot of types of performance testing. There is stress testing, load testing, peak testing.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that you mentioned now, because one of the questions I had, it was this, how many of these types do you think we can cover with a good amount of work, not to sacrifice and not publish anything anymore because it's not properly tested, or which will be the most important of them to be tested for sure? From the types that you mentioned.
All of them should be tested. I mean, and by the way, in AutoCANN, you can write scripts that can help you do it like very efficiently. Like it's for example, it's very important to do like performance testing, stress testing to understand how much load your server can handle. And also it's really important to understand, if like you have a specific amount of traffic and then like suddenly you have a peak, it's very, very important to make sure that your server won't collapse. I mean, like in peaks, there are a lot of other like issues like autoscale. Like you have to see that you take up other instances of your server quickly and that your user are getting responses fast. So I think if you're talking about prioritization, of course, that like stress and load testing are, to my opinion at least, are the tests that you should start with, and then you should go to peak testing.
Yeah, I agree. Now, yeah, we need a bit of prioritization because sometimes we just don't have the resources, that's why. Okay, so Bant was asking, how does AutoCANN compare to Gatling regarding injection profiles? Example, run purposes, sorry, it's a bit hard for me. Scenarios, flows of requests. I'm sorry?
Can you please repeat how AutoCANN compared to?
Gatling.
Okay.
GITIL Inc. And they were like regarding injection profiles, scenarios, or feeders.
Well, I have to say that usually I don't work with GetLinks. Actually, the good thing with AutoCANN is that as a developer, I can write like whatever I want, like regarding like scenarios and like all the things that well, the person who asked this question asked about like how to build like testing scenarios. So I'm just like really comfortable in like doing it in coding, and so like I actually more like the flexibility of AutoCANN. The thing that I can like program any scenario that I want. I prefer it than Gatling.
Indeed, I agree.
To me, it's much more simple and gives better results, to me at least.
Other
question?
Personal experience. Yeah, Mark has another question. If my computer does not have enough power to challenge the server, what should I do? May I orchestrate a swarm of computers to run AutoCANN?
He was saying that his computer doesn't have enough power to run the AutoCANN, if I understand correctly.
To challenge the
definitely.
server, yes.
You can like deploy he can like deploy it in the cloud, and he can build a cluster in the cloud and like deploy the software who's testing with AutoCannon over there.
Good to know. We do have another one from Mandalore QAN, and the question is, can you integrate AutoCannon with end-to-end test in Cypress?
In servers? So let me understand correctly. In where? Cypress. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, I didn't try to integrate it with Cypress, to be honest, but well, you can do code integration everywhere. It shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, I agree. And also, in this case, you didn't try, maybe they can let us know afterwards. And maybe one last question, I think we have time. Are you integrating it into a CI or running performance testing continuously, such as once a day or every deployment?
All right, so I personally supporting the approach of running performance testing once a day, let's say, and not in every CI, because it's I think it's a little bit slows down the development. Of course, it has the downside of not knowing on which specific commit things were broken, but I think that faster development happened when you're running once a day.
Oh, that's an interesting opinion, because these days everything is pushed to be like DevOps, QAOps, everything be integrated in the continuous pipeline. And maybe
the
we should
thing is that this test is long. And I at least like in XM Cyber, we have a huge CI/CD that tests like a lot of things, and actually it's very efficient and find a lot of bugs. But this specific test is long. Yeah, so it would mean that a developer would have to wait for few hours. Like it's adding few hours to every commit. It's long.
Yeah, definitely. And you have to balance quality and time invested. Thanks so much, Tamar, for joining us.
Okay, great.
Thanks so much for being here, and thanks for the great talk. It was nice having you around.
Thank you very much.
I hope you enjoyed the talk too, and don't forget to rate it on Slido. We are definitely looking forward to hear your feedback on the talk. And that's a wrap, y'all. I can't believe it. I don't know, time flew, literally flew for me. And was both with a lot of stuff, great talks, good questions, nice interaction on Discord and talks, discussions room. And I want to really give a big thank you to Git Nation. Hope you are applauding back at home for organizing this. I do want to praise them for such a really great conference that I am grateful to be around.
And in that same vein, I want to give a huge thanks to our sponsors again. They really do make a huge contribution to these events. So thank you all of our sponsors. And as we've mentioned a few times now, if you are looking for a new role or just want to see what's out there, head over to testjssummit.com/jobs to see some of the job postings from the amazing sponsors. And yesterday I wasn't as clued up as I was today, but if you want to win a Nintendo Switch, there's 2 opportunities to win a Nintendo Switch. If you head over to testjssummit.com/perks, there's several raffles taking place, as well as some free trials and even some free credit at some of the sponsors. So do check them out.
I did went there after I saw the discussions on Twitter. I was like, I need to check what's on there. And let's also see how we were online, because today I told you I was looking on Twitter, and we have lots of screen shares with us. I got a lot of smiles with myself, which is definitely a new one, because I'll share later. Yesterday I tried to share something and I was like, all the time. I was like, Yona, what's wrong with you? And we have a hi from Ukraine, from Halina. Hi there. Love your minimalistic, clean desktop. I love that.
I love the message. It says the cat didn't join today. There's probably more into
Yeah,
Java.
it was the one in the middle yesterday.
What an excellent cat. Yeah, cat knows what a good programming
Do you
language
think I
is.
was boring for her?
It was, yeah.
Yep.
The cat was there yesterday, and today the cat realized
Yeah,
JavaScript isn't for the
middle.
cat, and it decided Java's better. So clever cat.
Good catch there. That was a little lively one.
Greetings from
We
Canada.
have from Canada. But I think they were morning for them. We could have shared a coffee.
Exactly. Greetings as well. I'm not sure where from, but like that's a chunky coat. Like that's somewhere cold.
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
keeping
Like I
toasty.
had to put a one too. And I see myself. Look, I'm on there.
I can't quite read
Thanks so
what the
much for
mug
sharing.
says, but it says something interesting. But anyway, on to the next one. Oh, it says world's best boss.
There I did.
Sorry, I had to go back. It says world's best boss. That's clearly for me, that mug. Thank you very much.
I think she was like, not the best one. From this picture, I literally saw it on Twitter, and I was like, we need a session on tips and tricks how to maintain that beautiful snake plant over there. And hi to them. Oh, that's a beautiful ray of sunshine. We missed that because Cluj was very raining today.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Hi
where are they
to
with that
Lee
nice bit
Moreira.
of sun?
Yeah,
Jealous.
and really sunshine.
The teddy bear's
and
back.
remember the army from yesterday. We have ducklings around.
Oh, what are the ducks doing though? They look like they're surrounding the elephant. Like,
I was thinking, like, first I said it's a party, but I'm not sure if they're like surrounding the middle thing, and I'm like going after, like, it's the developer's fault. Do you remember the discussion we had yesterday? I was like, who's blame? Ducklings are
Fantastic.
taking over.
nicely in the spirit, everybody. Thank you. So we need to pick some winners.
Yeah.
So I think we're going back to our magical wheel that is going to spin away. So please spin the wheel. And I've remembered from yesterday, I can't like build up the anticipation because it spins for ages. So
yeah, indeed.
Who is it? It's this
The
one.
snake plant picture. Yeah.
Yes, fantastic. Sharina, you have won. Congratulations. The team will
And
be in
another
touch
one?
to work out. One more. Oh dear. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, for the
It's
cat.
the cat that loves Java. Yes. Fantastic. Congratulations to you as well, all the way from Ukraine.
That was super cool. And yes, as I mentioned earlier, we are super open to feedback and we would love to know how this was for you. Please, 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 it's important. Have a moment, complete the form available at testjssummit.com/feedback and tell us what can be done better, what you love this time, how many cats, ducklings to have ready next conference. No?
And please remember to subscribe. So if you are watching on YouTube, find that subscribe button. It's one of these directions. Make sure you press it, as well as over on React conferences as well. So therefore you'll be alerted when, Git Nation are doing something awesome. And you'll also be able to hear when some of the videos are on YouTube as well.
Great. It was really lovely to spend time with you. Right, Richard?
You too. Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting with you, as well as Valmer, who had to disappear earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a fantastic couple of days. My love of JavaScript has increased. So, that's a positive.
Step by step. Each step is important.
Exactly.
Step by step. Also, after you mentioned on Twitter that we are not watching the other, Star Wars, Star Trek, everything, I think we need next year to have another pool.
Absolutely. All right, everybody.
See you then
We
next
will see
year.
you all next year, hopefully sometime soon. Enjoy yourself, stay safe, and thank you all for tuning in. Bye-bye.
Take care.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are.
This solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve Dev Test Ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test stops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.
solution is here for the modern software teams that dare to test in DevOps. Maple is an automated testing service that makes testing easy, reliable, and robust. Request a personalized demo today to see how Maple can help your team successfully achieve dev test ops.
As a developer, you need to deliver fast, and you simply don't have the time to constantly think about security. Neuralegion can help. With every new pull request, Nexploit will run all the security tests your app needs without false positives. We can integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, whatever your environment. So what are you waiting for? Add Nexploit to your project.
When you're building an application, there's a lot of pressure to keep security vulnerabilities out of your code. But no matter how skilled you are, between your own code, dependencies, and configurations, you can't catch them all on your own. But that's why Sneak's here. We're the secure development platform that can extend the security reach of every developer. With Sneak, you don't have to handle security vulnerabilities on your own. Sneak. Develop fast. Stay secure.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a freelancer. I work for the TopTal network.
I am a full stack UI UX product designer.
I'm a product manager.
Data visualization.
UX researcher and designer.
What makes being in the TopTal network so different?
Control of your own life is something a lot of us strive for.
I get to work from my living room, increase my income.
It's very exciting to really watch these startups grow and be able to be a part of that.
That's the best part, is when they put 3 or 4 of us from TopTal together, we can make magic.